Shalom. I know it's still not too bright out, but you can see. And I'm on the res here, where it's sign said tribal lands. Have been for a little bit. It's just been gorgeous. I had the moon out my left window and colors from the sun rising out the right window, and then stars straight ahead, and it was canyon and windy. I'm on 212, Montana, and it looks like there's a town coming up called Busby. Hallelujah. I guess if I could dwell here and earn a wage here, support my family, I would want to be here. Got 3.5 hours to get to the next fuel stop. Oh, that's rough. Just wanted to get out of the way of that pedestrian, you know. Space. Yeah, ain't that pretty out there? Look at that. Baruk I think there was something like 14 hours remaining to Sultan, Washington. So I can try to push as much to the 11 hours as I can today, and I'll still have some remaining. So it's kind of like, I don't know, if I get to 9 or 10 and there's a great place, something to stop, then I can just stop there. 16 and a half hours total in my cycle, so it doesn't leave me with a lot of room. But I will just seek to do my best to manage it, to steward things as best I can, and ask the Father to cover, protect, enhance, stretch all the things that He does for His people, fear Him and obey Him. Yahuah, and He is Almighty. Halal Yahuah. You see that little pony? It's an interesting mix of housing that I've been seeing. There was some where it was like streets with, when you see in a neighborhood or whatever, all these little houses that kind of look the same, just different colors, but the same basic shapes. It's kind of like that. And then there's some other ones where they might have like a mobile home and, well-kept porch and yard and everything like that, but also like a shed and maybe an RV on the property. It's all varied. It's pretty interesting, but there's a lot of open space. This is that town, Busby, Busby. You can see a little neighborhood down there. There's also a brick building in the back there that looks like it's probably a school, probably a middle school or elementary school, I don't know. There's a little cemetery over here on my side, but it's not with marble stones. They just saw kind of like wooden crosses and stuff. There's another little neighborhood right there on that little ridge. Off of Little Bear Drive. I don't know what this big old teepee looking structure is on the left right here. I don't know, it's probably been there for a very long time. One of those little, oh shoot, I already forgot what they're called. Darn it, I'm the worst with these bird names. Magpie, pretty sure it was. I think we're gonna get a real treat with the sun rise, maybe some gorgeous colors. Speed back up. Yeah, earlier there was this big 18-wheeler that passed me in a Suburban. We're going the speed limit and he passed us right before coming into a speed drop to 35 because it was a town. I was like, okay. And then when we came out the town, we both passed him because it was a hill and he was going slow because of the hill. And then a little bit later, he come flying by to pass both of us right before the passing ends and there's a turn, and I'm like, really, dude? This guy's... The Suburban in front of me was like going off into the shoulder of the road. This is crazy. I don't know. Just trying to stay extra alert when stuff like that's going down, man, because it can turn unwell really fast. Guy's coming onto a blind turn. There could be a truck coming on the other side. What you think he's gonna do? He's gonna wash out whoever's in the, like, he's passing that Suburban, he's gonna wash him out. I'm like just trying to hang back a little bit, being like, yo, I'm giving space for like reaction time. Some of these properties here have like little collections of junk cars and stuff. You never know, I guess it could have some value if you're gonna sell for parts or trade for parts or something. Crow Country. That's what it said. It said Crow Country on that sign. Dry, my hands are dry, my hair very dry. But everything moves in its stages. It's okay. I mean, I might actually prompt the body to produce more sebum. I don't know. It's 21 miles on this 212. Kind of become a fan of this 212. I don't know. I see some livestock over here. You guys see any on that side? A little bit frustrating with the jackery, because when you turn it on, you sync an app to it and it lets you see the temperature of the unit, which is, you know, is well to know, because it reminds me, I'm going to turn this on. I usually keep the cooling of this under the seat on like low, just to, because heat is not the battery's friend at all. But it shows you how many watts are going in your 12-volt charge, say, and it shows you how many watts are going out in your refrigerator usage, say, and it shows you what percentage the life of the battery is, which is really handy, because the way everything's arranged in here, I can't see it. So I don't know. So yeah, you first turn on the unit, you can sync up the phone, boom, it's great. For whatever reason that's causing it, I don't know, but after some period of time, I noticed that I go to check it and it no longer has a connection, and it does not detect it, and it cannot reconnect, etc. And doing the research on it, folks say just restart it and you'll be able to sync it again, which is true. It happens every time. But like, I mean, I just did it before I left the camp, so I'm just gonna call it a camp, because that's what it feels like. It really does feel like it. And you know what I saw? I saw on this road on 212, just when you get outside of Ashland, big riggers pulling over. They have sections that you can just pull over, and they're all blacked out, sleeping. There was like one on this side, two on this side, and then another, I don't know, maybe 2 miles down. There was another one, and there was one, and I think one. So I was like, oh. And it's like, it was so pretty right there. Like, that would be the place that you want to be. You don't necessarily want to be by other folks, but sometimes, you know, you don't have a choice of that. You're gonna be truck or something. And you know, I'm sure some people will probably figure that the place I was at was safer, and it may very well be. It was lit. There's a gas station that was right behind me. That's really bright lights on. But I don't know if the property owner of the hotel would want to have allowed that or not. They must be okay with it because nothing happened. But I'm thinking if an 18-wheeler tried to pull up in there and do that, they probably would run them off, I think. And who knows, maybe the local law enforcement people just figured that, you know, I was a patron of the hotel and I just traveling with the campers like that. Oh, darn it, my decals. Wait. Oh, they're right there. Yeah, I took the magnets off because I didn't want I didn't want to give that impression, especially to the law enforcement. And like I said at the end of the last video, you know, maybe it's because of my past or my experience working in dispatch. I felt like if anything, they were at least going to check out with me, ask me some questions, run my name, whatever. No. Baruk Atah Yahuah, I felt covered ultimately because they never did a thing. When I see a safe place to pull over, I'll fix those magnets back onto the doors. It's not a huge deal right now. I hadn't even gone that far. It's starting to brighten up a little bit. I can see some colors over there. It's pretty. There's some black rock looking on the top of that little hill. She's still high up right here. She coming off of being filled, renewed. Ruach Ha'Qadash. That kind of gives you an idea how long we got until the new moon feast too, because she has to go through all of her depletion, dispensing all the light that she's received, and then she'll begin to be filled. So they say that this takes on average like 29 and a half days or something like that, which is an interesting thing too that I think about, because sometimes you can say that she's completely renewed in the very beginning of a night. When she first rises, she's, you know, or it could be towards the end of the night that she's actually filled. That's such a pretty Peterbilt right there. A little longhorn above the badge too. I mean, that's just, this view out ahead that opened up is just gorgeous over here. Look at this land, y'all. Look at it. does make you just want to somehow, some way, figure out a way to just depart and dwell in it and just disconnect from all the freaking nonsense, dude. All the lies, all the manipulation, all the greed, all the darkness. It's just a kind of the next step that the Father's pulling me. That really just kind of began with a disdain for cities. Just can't stand them. The bigger they are, the more I'm like naturally repelled. Hey, let's see what we got. I'd like to see a couple horses up on this slope right here. Oh yeah, look at that. A few rocks. Look at that. That's pretty. Oh, you're gorgeous. Oh, did you see the painted one? I love it. I love the painted ones. Tans, grays, blacks, it don't matter. They're just so unique and individual, like, you know. Homeboy here got himself a big old ham radio tower or something. There's some beef over on this side. Yeah, now if you could see that. Let me check my speed. I got a big rig coming up behind me. All right, I'm going 65, so I'm really not going to go faster on this road, that's for sure. Yep, cattle. There's water. So, yes, way out there, you kind of can't see. I feel like there's a surface cloud, like a mist on the ground, and it's pretty massive. So I think it's really cool. Cool temperature, low-lying area with a lot of moisture. Beautiful little pond right here. Bunch of birds flying around it. I'm sure they'd have ducks and stuff. Yeah. Dang, I wish you could see that. It's like a sea of pure white cloud, and then there will be like a little black mountaintop poking out. I never really know if you guys can see out my window, because when I look at it, it doesn't look like you can. But it's right out there, and it goes all the way across this entire view. That is amazing. I would want to let this big guy pass me if he's... Don't do it now though, buddy, because there's a blind hill coming up. What do you make? Oh, he's staying in place. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get over, and then we're gonna let him have a chance to launch. Let's see what he do. And it's a climb too, so he might not. He might know something I don't know, like it's about to be another big hill, or maybe that he just doesn't have the time and distance to make the pass with this slow and whatnot. Coffee's really delicious this morning. Getting a little bit more used to the arrangement, so to say. How to do my campsite. I don't know. Dang it, get away. Seriously, bro, like a little gnat getting all up in my beard and my mustache, little freak. Get away. I feel like I might need to get more water, because I gotta use water to clean the dishes and the utensils and whatnot. So it's like, dang serve, and it's incorporating a couple washcloths into the whole process of rinsing out, cleaning my dishes. I mean, the egg salad was the one that was like really difficult because it got kind of crusted onto the edges. But when you're dealing with like for example, I had some more of that elk meat. I heated up the rest of it that I had from the previous day or two. I'm losing track of my days. And that's like really simple to clean it out because it has that natural animal fat kind of film on there. And so you don't need that much water. And you kind of just rinse it out. And I actually let them, this wasn't on purpose, but I had let them sit on the toolbox in the sun to kind of bake a little bit because it was hot. It was like 85. And when I come in to the truck and all, and it's like took off my shoe and my leg and was just getting a little bit comfortable. And then the storm came. And I was like, I don't want to saddle back up and go out there and get that stuff. Just let it ride. And so they got filled with water from the rain, which would normally probably be an absolute Baruk Atah, but you don't know with all the chemtrails what, you know. We just do the best that we can. So obviously when I woke up and went out, everything had dew all over it. So it was still dark and cool. Oh, purdy bird right there, magpie. Woo woo, purdy. It was up on the whatever these little reflectors are, and he was kind of flexing and bobbing his tail up and down. And then he swooped off and did it like a little, almost like he was doing a little show for me. Thank you, Father. It's well to appreciate those kinds of things. It is well. For our root. Just watching the creation and looking at all the things that the Father does. He's so amazing. See, now you guys can see probably this fog right through here. Is that coming through on the camera? I don't even know. There's a little small body of water right down there with like mist coming up off of it. And then way back in the distance on your side, if we can get past these hills and things, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it now. But there's another like ground cover back in the distance. Roadside grave decorated with flowers and an eagle. There goes a bunch of that beef. Boy, that's that nutrient dense stuff that the enemy does not want you to have. A bunch of liars too, trying to say that you can't eat meat anymore. Yahuwah rebuked them. I've spoken out against it. I've shown evidence from Scripture, but ultimately, you know, you're going to need the Father. Little Bighorn battlefield. You're going to need the Father to show you what's true about it or not. And you know, I do applaud sincerely to Yahuwah that the things that I've said and speaking out may have stirred someone to seek and whatnot. The militant vegan mindset is like crept into the entire, it's crept into every little different cult sect, but there's these Torah talking folks that teach it and whatnot. It's horrible. Even that Gustav guy, do not eat the meats anymore. Yeah, no, dude, that's actually false. I actually can see how the Father has created and designed the cow and its hands up cattle guard. The way it chews the cud and the stomachs and multiple stomachs and all the aspects of it to be like a filter for us. That it's meat and the fat. Now, when I say the fat, I just want to clarify something. Nobody said anything, but I could see how somebody could get confused. I'm never condoning eating the fat that insulates all the organs, the innards. No, that's not what I'm talking about. The fat that's Qadash for us is that which is marbled within the meat itself. Whatever cut of meat you're talking about, it's going to have some level of marbling, right? Or like if you're looking at a T-bone steak or something and it has a little strip of fat that's right on the edge of the meat, that's fine. Oh, that's pretty. That was a pretty little park or whatever. Remembrance of some fallen comrades, I'm sure. Just don't make it into an idol. Oh, that's a rough looking little trailer community right there. Oh, it infuriates me. Can't stand it. And then they got their obelisk indoctrination right in the community. Freaking vipers. Oh, it's very infuriating. All right, what are we looking at, guys? This is crow. Yeah. It's actually called Crow Agency, like what the name of that this little town is. So it's telling me I'm on 90 now. So that's interesting that you can take 90 right into it. So you see all that mist on the ground right there, right? There's some kind of marshland or wetland area right there, I guess. I don't know, but you can see what the air is doing and how it's responding to the sun coming up and beginning to warm things. It says it's only 58 degrees. Let me see. $210 miles to our current destination. I was trying to find the place where I could get the best price on diesel before I hit Washington. I don't want to have to buy any diesel in Washington at all if I can help it. Like, it's totally crazy. Like, so this, for example, I think I'll be paying $323 if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure that was right. And when I left Preston, Washington, it was $529. Now, I ain't been able to have a lot of time to go on Facebook, but I went on there a little bit, and I saw people saying that the diesel done shot up 50 cents overnight. And, you know, what do you think would be like the threshold? Like, as if anyone can know that. $10? I don't know. Dude, there's gonna be a war, pestilence, famine everywhere. And when? I already thought it was gonna be. And it kind of has been escalating, but the thing is, it's like the hand of the restrainer is removed, and then everything just goes, the enemy just goes hog wild. He's got everything staged and in place and ready to go. It's like a beast frothing at the mouth, looking at you. I'm gonna devour you. And at one point, which probably has happened, Yah removes his hand and then lets the beast go to do his worst. And this will be the worst as has ever been seen on the face of the earth since time was. So just do some. What do you understand, historically speaking, to be the worst war, the worst famine, the worst disease? It's just going to be worse than all that, and all at once. So just like it was in 2020, when you saw it wasn't just one communist country tyrant oppressing his people with these mandates and rules. It was the whole world was doing it together in unison and deceiving, claiming to, oh, we didn't really realize after the fact. You can't talk your way out of it now, especially for those of us who already saw it coming, because we saw you throwing up your freaking gang signs like crazy. Even I, little old me, made a video with a collection of clips because I went on the internet and typed in COVID space 33 and hit enter and then clicked on news, and it was everywhere. All like so much examples. That's a calling card. That's bragging and boasting in their own little, comms that they do. They're basically like having a celebration, saying this is it. It's our coming out party. We're gonna start operating in broad daylight, kind of a thing. And it is too. Oh yeah, you come on over, buddy. We'll see him. And that's why it seemed like it was like all these different fronts at the same time, because it's orchestrated and coordinated, because it's a plan. And we had to understand that these elite get their marching orders and their instructions from ancient form of knowledge. I ain't even going to call it wisdom, because wisdom is fear of Yahuah and they have none. But it's knowledge, Gnosticism, Gnosis, all that. Claiming to be wise, they are indeed fools. Fools also is paralleled with wicked and disobedience and lawlessness and chaos and disorder and upside down. The upside down. Yeah. Exchanging bitter for sweet. I just saw a snake crossing the road right here. It seems like it'd be kind of cool for him to be out. I think that was a snake. Anyway, it was blatant, it was obvious, and I'm like, okay. And I didn't even need to spend that much time on that. I literally just pulled out my cell phone, did a quick little search on the computer, start snagging screenshots, and then what does Abba give me? Crazy. There is this one who they put in front of you, a clown, an actor, phony, whatever, that they plays the role of some kind of a genius. I mean, probably one of the richest people in this, that they parade in front of you, who allegedly invented some kind of software that everybody uses, and it's on all the computers and whatever. He's buying up all the farmland and stuff. Wants to do things to try to protect us from the dangers of the sun, you know. And he's on there talking to some other clowns on the news. And he's like saying, oh, if you have 1 or 1,000 cases and it multiplies, I don't know what he said, but he just came right out and said 3 like, and it didn't even fit what he was saying. This genius that's talking about math, multiplying it by 100, and that you get this amount, and you, right? And then he just so happens to throw out randomly that number. Yeah, right. Everything he was saying was base 10 powers of 10. And all of a sudden now he's just going to throw out that? So I just combined that little clip with the pictures. Maybe that has something to do with the first YouTube channel being taken completely down, even though it had no strikes. None. That's why I get so frustrated when I hear these extant truther channels that are like, oh, I have 2 strikes and I'm going to appeal. And they're still on saying all this different stuff. I'm like, how are they able to do that? Why are they able to do that? Leaving Crow Country, please come again. Well, ultimately, I guess the Father showed me, because they're steering the masses to worshiping foreign mighty ones anyway. You think that the devil is going to have a problem with releasing some truth? And, you know, oh, these wicked people did this wicked thing, and these wicked people do this wicked thing. If it's coming through a mouthpiece that he basically still rules over, because it swears allegiance to him and it directs people to him, they're going to have 1 million views. No problem. That smell is. It smells like either rubber, something burning maybe. Anyway, oh wow, look at those clouds way off of yonder. Yapa! Billings. That's something that's coming up, one of the big towns, right? Billings, Montana. Two Leggins Canal. That's not Two Leggins. It's kind of creepy. You know that beef. You just look at that. You know, if you think about, say, a peach tree that's just growing out in the wilderness all on its own, and it just keeps on bearing fruit. It's a source of food over and over, and you don't need to do nothing. Don't go to the hardware store and buy your chemicals and start spraying it on it. That's kind of another little funny trick that the enemy pulls on you, convincing you that you need to poison yourself in order to be healthy. Crazy, bro. Totally crazy. I think tiniest little child could understand what I'm saying. And yet that's what goes on all day long. have to spend any more money in order to like operate the business right now. But I do have concern about the gas tank, obviously. So I might pay someone to check it. And depending on what they find, decide if I'm going to have the original installer repair it, or maybe they say they can take care of it and it's only this amount, whatever, but I'm probably going to need to do that. And also I feel like I'm going to need to get a battery charger, like a jump box. I feel like this is like really, really, really important. If I do something that kills the battery on the truck don't start, then I'm going to definitely leave on that. And then also my breakaway battery is connected to the trailer. Now it could be something wrong with the trailer, because this ain't the first time. This exact same model, campsite reserve. So that I hook up the breakaway battery and the automatic jack was working, and I used it to hitch up the truck. And raise the gear and everything like that. And you know, you keep the breakaway battery attached. I usually just disconnect the 7-way cable like when I'm overnight, so that it doesn't do anything to the battery of the truck if there's anything drawing power in it. But I would think that right now when I'm driving, my battery would be getting trickle charged, I think. But anyway, when I first pulled into my camp last night and I went back to unhook the 7-way, I just was testing the gear, the jack, to see if it would turn on. So I turned it on and I tried to move it and nothing. And then I checked the emergency switch, toggled it off and back on, thinking that, you know, it was in the proper position, but I still toggled it off and toggled it back on. And then I went back and tried the switches again and nothing. And I'm like, what? So does it mean that my breakaway battery is dead? Or does it mean that there's some kind of an issue with that jack? When I dropped the first one off at Camping World, and I mentioned it to the guy, I wanted him to denote it on the paperwork because I didn't want to, you know, I don't want them to blame me. And he was like, yeah, no problem. We'll probably just have to replace the jack. Like that. Like, yeah, no big deal. We'll probably just put a brand new one on there. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. Or you guys could just take a look at it and see, like, because it could be just a wire or something. But maybe he did that because it's a known issue, and maybe that's why this one is not working now. I have no idea. But I guess my point is that if I had one of those boxes, then I would be able to like hook it up to my battery and just, you know, check it and start to understand like what my battery's supposed to be at. And if it were low, then I could you know, boost it, charge it, and then the booster itself is rechargeable. So, you know, plus you get an air compressor built into it if you get one I was looking at, which would be really cool because then I could just take that and walk around the entire trailer with it, and if there's, you know, if any tire was low. So far, every lug and every tire pressure that I have checked has been Qadash. Baruk Atah Yahuah. But, you know, it's going to happen, right? You're going to get low tire, stuff like that. The way I would have to do it now is, even thinking about it. Excuse me, can't really like it. because I have a 12-volt auxiliary air compressor, but it's a tiny little one, but it'll do the job. It'll go to, 70 pounds. It just might take forever. And that guy will power off the jackery, so I would have to carry the pump and the jackery, which is a little bit more involved, but it's not impossible. I'm able to do it. I think that it would be handy to have it, and I need the battery thing anyway, so I may have to get one of those. Money, man, it's horrible. It's so much pressure right now. I'm just recalling in my mind too how that insurance guy never kept his word and followed up and reached out to me. And I had a conversation with him. He had all my information, and he said he was going to get back with me to have a call with my Yahusha and him, because he thinks he can do better for us than the Cobra. And then he doesn't even follow up, or he doesn't call, and it's I can already hear the wisdom of the world. Well, just do a follow-up call. Maybe he forgot. The squeaky wheel gets the grease and all that. That could very well be, but just make a mental note that do you want to really entrust that type of? Is that the person that you would want to hire and pay to? You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to have to do any of it at all, but there is a need that's yet to be completed. I'll just say that. And there's a couple, but I'm definitely finding that we are better off, we are more healthy, more strong when we don't partake in their solutions. And so, that's true in the ultimate sense, but it's also true all down in all the little details. You probably can't see the moon, but she's still right there. And the sun, I don't have a great angle. Okay. Wow, it looks like it's just starting to show up, breaking the horizon on your camera right there. Why is that? Huh. I'm trying to understand why part of the camera's obstructed like that. There's still plenty that you can see there, but it's just weird. I don't understand. Just look at all this land. Look at it all. Everywhere, all day long. When traveling across this country, it's land like this. Somebody had a fire. It was a fire right there. Still smoldering. I don't mean just like a little controlled campfire. It was like spread out like this. What started it and what put it out? You think it could have been from a lightning strike and then the rains put it out, or what? Railroad track right here. Oh. So when I look in my rear view camera, I can see the sun very clearly right there. we're gonna get like some kind of a great view of it right here, right? Oh wow, look at that. Tada Ava for this Yom day. Here's where you see the little bird chasing the big bird again. That's the second time today. It's the twice time. It's the second time today. Woo! Twice time. Fly Circle Road. 1/2 mile. Rest area, 2 miles. Next rest area, 59 miles. I don't understand that sign. It said clean, drain, dry. Giving us the steps for washing out our dishes. What you talking about, Willis? Mandatory watercraft inspection. Mandatory watercraft. Weather info. All trucks, commercial vehicles over 26,000. That's not me. So I like that because then it makes it clear, right? Hallelujah. Just gonna keep it moving. Oh, that's interesting. It said rest area closed. Road closed, even though they left room for folks to drive through. It's closed rest area. Wow. I guess MDT is Montana Department of Transportation. I don't know about you guys, but I pretty much, anytime I see these 3-letter acronym government agencies, I'm like, aversion. Completely. Instantly. Like, can I think of any that I'm like, yes, I support that? Let me see. Huh. Can't find one. There's the beep again. Have a low-lying prairie over on this side, pretty vast, and there's a bunch of cattle scattered in there too. Very versatile, adapting to all different sorts of climates, things, all the different types of that kind. night when I was at the camp, I wanted to turn on the auxiliary fuel pump and like watch and listen really closely from the back, inspecting all the connections, you know, the T and all the clamps, and see if I see anything dripping. I mean, the amount that appears to be missing would be noticeable if turning the pump on caused it to leak. It'd be noticeable. I didn't notice nothing. The only thing I noticed is a little bit of pooling underneath where the filter housing is, the filter. And it was pretty much like that from the very beginning. And I see that on a lot of different ones. You'll see like a little bit of oil streaks on the filters themselves. At least that's what I see. I very rarely see anything related to diesel that's been used and up and running that doesn't have residue all around it, you know. And it's oil, so it's not like gas, it just totally evaporates or something. Like, it leaves a oily residue. I don't know what's up with this diesel. I'm not like well studied on this or anything, but it's green. I don't know if it's biodiesel. I don't know if you can choose which, you know. I don't think that it's our granddaddy's diesel. I don't think that it has the potency. I think that it's it burns up quicker and you're getting less bang for your buck, and you got to put more buck per gallon. So it costs more and it sucks. And from what I have heard and seen, other nations have better diesel than us. People need to stop tripping and thinking that this place is the greatest place on earth. It is like seriously some kind of a strong delusion. Look at that. There's all these cattle runs, and then they go up to a hill, the central. That's wild, bro. How cool is that? Origen, O-R-I-G-E-N. Don't know what that is. The name of their ranch or what? That looks like the gate that goes to the house. Wonder if we'll get a glimpse of it. I'm thinking it's probably some mega thing, because that did not look like an inexpensive arrangement, and it also appears to be very unique. I've never seen anything like that before. Storm clouds still here. Early dawning storm cloud. Magpie, another magpie. Huh. Who would have knew? Who would have knew that I would be loving the magpie, little magpies? They're so cute. I wonder what they sound like. I'll have to ask my Bashpaka. They'll probably bring it right up on an app and let me hear it. I like to do some bird watching and listening. Like, they'll hear the calls and then they're going to try to like identify that bird and stuff like that. It's really cool. Well, this is quite a downhill situation here. I'm gonna let that help my fuel. That's for sure. It's not pushing me over any speed limits. Actually, the truck is pretty much holding the exact same speed. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, the The trip numbers are 1343 miles, 9.4 miles per gallon. Can't like it. Can't like it. But may have to learn to love it, because that might just be like par for the course kind of thing. I am curious to see if I get to pull a fifth wheel that has kind of like more aerodynamic nose cap, you know, because that thing is. They put just a little bit at the top of the roof, as if it's like some kind of aerodynamic features. It's a wall. It's a wall with a little curve at the top, you know? Totally flat, side to side, the whole width. There's no real angles built into the front at all. Can't understand why you would do that. And I guess, you know, it's a price point thing. They want to check the boxes. You get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. And then, you know, it only costs this amount. And then the word on the street is like, yeah, these things are pretty cheaply made. So, you know, I guess it's like anything else, right? You do kind of get what you pay for, but you could also buy an expensive thing and you don't really need it. That's so pretty, look at that. Dang, that's like, you can see a lookout up on top of that ridge. Almost like a Red Rock Ridge, wasn't it? Kind of only caught it at the last moment, and the sun is silhouetting it a bit. But there's some similar ones straight ahead. Excuse me. It's just gorgeous out here. Just absolutely gorgeous. What are those little plants? Wow. Look at those. Oh yeah, look at the rocks. Pretty. See those rocks? Ever get the time to go back and like look at the detail of these, but I want to, especially that is pretty. Okay, oh, 6 miles. You know what it is? It's so frustrating when it does this. It's 6 miles to stay on the same road. So it's not 6 miles really anything, it's just do you remember when the navigation or the directions would tell you how far to go before you have to change roads and not tell you, oh, you're going to go this far and then you're going to stay on the road you're on, and then you're going to go this far but you're going to still stay on the road that you're on? Like, what? It's a creek. Yeah. Pretty little thing. Oh, you know what? I just realized that the dang whatchamacallit, the dang defrost was on the whole time. You probably didn't hear a word I said. Dang it, man. I don't know. You still got pretty views. It still helps me to stay alert. And, you know, it's up to Yahuah who hears what. So, ain't no need for me to get worried about that. Just need to try to remember to not have the defrost on. Oh boy. And you got a radio tower on top of that. 5 o'clock in Washington, 8 o'clock in Indy, and I guess I'd say probably 6 o'clock here. That's probably accurate. Bunch of old beef right there. Beef. It's what's for dinner and breakfast. Unless there's some chicken. I am craving some chicken wings. City 94 East. We're definitely not doing that, family. We're headed toward Billings on 90 West. So this is why I'm just gonna assume this is why it tells me that I'm here for 1.8 miles, even though I'm not exiting. Things are the way they are, and I don't need to like them. It's not required. It's another thing that people have in their minds that's not very unhealthy. Is like, oh, so and so just complains a lot. They're just always complaining. I don't want to spend time with so and so because they're always complaining. Yeah, but are they saying things that are true? Because what you're saying is that you'd rather love a lie than face the truth. I don't see how that's healthy. I mean, you wouldn't want your child to do that, right? You wouldn't want them to embrace a lie because it makes them feel a certain way, would you? And again, yeah, a lot of these folks do. A lot of these parents do. They'll say, oh, it's not hurt nothing. Really? Since when do lies not hurt? I didn't realize this. You see it, right? You see it with the whole, like, I identify as this or that. But you're not. So, I mean, cat? Cat? Oh, that's okay. Wow. issue that I'm having with the showering situation is that the parking, like, I do not want to back the camper in the way these guys back their tractor trailers, and they don't have pull-through parking. Like, why would you not have pull-through parking? Does that seem well to anyone? I mean, it reminds me of the airplanes and the movie theaters when they're like, yeah, he doesn't need that 6 inches of tow room right there because we have to cram 8 more seats into this entire theater, so everybody gets less space. So everyone's cramped because they want to maximize the amount of tickets that they can sell. They want to maximize how many tickets they can sell on that flight, and they want to maximize the number of tickets that they can sell on that roller coaster or that movie theater or whatever. Oh, there's a buffet. Make it a buffet day, Pizza Ranch. So the speed limit is 65 here, and we're doing a bit of a Billings thing right now. I know this isn't like actual Billings, but it's kind of like the outskirts of it. Metra RV. And they got casino at the Conoco. There's a Camping World. So I probably will get deliveries here from time to time, or at least the availability of. I wonder what the deal is ultimately on Camping World, like who owns it. They seem to have a very strong presence in the whole retail market, recreational vehicle. What water system is this? I'm definitely digging the traffic. You see anyone around here? There's one truck ahead of me, and I can't even see the next vehicle behind me. There's one other car in front of this box truck, and it's way up there. Let's see if anybody, there goes somebody coming up behind me right there. And then there's a big rig behind him, but like everybody has like 500 feet or so. These little notifications, like windy, email spam like crazy. It's a pretty rock right there. Just covered it all with radio towers. It's really gross. But whatever. There's a lot of things that are kind of gross. I don't know what those big smokestacks are for. Right there. I don't see them pumping anything out right at the moment, so. Please don't freaking get right in my way. Come on. Come on. You gotta merge, dude. Push your gas pedal. Pay attention. Wake up. And what happens is the other car is also, I can't get over. But please, a little just common courtesy and respect when you come onto to merge onto a freeway, get up to freeway speed and make sure that you don't obstruct anyone who's already there. Something that I think our mamas should be teaching us when we're little, and unfortunately a lot of us are neglected, right? When you go to get onto an elevator, you yield to anyone who needs to get off first. This seems obvious, but it's not to people. If you try to go in, you're going to fill the box more, and it makes it more difficult for them then to shuffle around like a Rubik's Cube to get out. Just yield to the side, maybe ensure that the door stays open for them, and gesture to them after you. Bro, that is not even difficult. It's not work, it's not time. It's less time. I'm always blown away by it. Always. Chief Plenty Coops? Chief Plenty Coops? What? That's what I think it said. I must have read it wrong. Sam's Club. Alright, Billings Boulevard. So I feel like it's not gonna happen too insane dealing with Billings. Baruk Yahuah. Excuse me. It is 65 through here. We are just coasting along. 59 degrees, 150 miles before we fuel. There was a place that was like, I think, 2 cents cheaper, but it was pushing it on distance, and I'm not playing that game. I'm not taking that chance, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather pay the extra 2 cents a gallon to ensure that I'm able to top off and not have to, like, oh shoot, I'm 40 miles short, let me grab some at this place, which is going to cost like way more. Then at the end I never saved anything. So plus with whatever's going on with the auxiliary tank, it's you know, cutting right into our earnings or profits, whatever. And after I complete this delivery, and I'm gonna review my log and see how we're doing. I don't doubt that we made money, I just don't know. So it's definitely not enough for the entire time, but look, all my bobtail miles out here, 4 days. Then I said out here, out to Indy, and then Monday, Tuesday orientation, Wednesday Shabbat rest anyways, Thursday truck getting outfitted, Friday truck getting serviced. So it's like 10 days unable to earn anything too. So I have to look at it as like how much I've earned so far for the month of June. But I hadn't been able to work every day in June because I had to do those things that were required to be able to work, if that makes sense. So instead of it looking like 1 week, it's gonna look like whatever, 3 weeks. but at least it's still some form of measure, like some kind of a metric to compare to the next time. And so, Allah willing, I go back out and do some more loads, then we'll be able to compare it and stuff. But obviously, with what's going on, because I'm sure that the news will be reporting that Iran has struck U.S. military asset. I mean, it just needs to be announced to the world. It doesn't need to be, like, true. It just needs to be said. And it's on, like, Donkey Kong. You know what I'm saying? Like, pray. I can already hear the masses, we'll say MAGA masses, whatever, however you want to look at it, red meat Republicans, something like that. They're going to be like, just an attitude where, well, we'll just knock them out, no problem, easy peasy, like they're nothing. Just like my mentality was after 9/11, and I was like, listening to George W. say, I hear you, soon the whole world is going to hear us. And I was like, yeah! What? What the heck, bro? That is so pretty. And you can actually see this dark storm cloud just in the distance behind this little rolling green hill with sunlight and shadows. Marbling it. This is really cool. You know, Israel's the powder keg that lit the fuse that is the Iranian situation, which is, again, they're not just some separate country, savage, whatever. Their leadership and our leadership go to the same pajama parties, is what I've been trying to say. And they don't have a problem, you know, making certain sacrifices of blood and treasure in order to appease their gods. Literally. So they just need the storyline and the comms to all sway the groupthink, the zeitgeist of the masses, whatever, to accept what's going on and what's coming. I mean, at this point, they wouldn't even care. I don't know. They've already tested the waters. Like, they were able to get people to concede and do things against their will, and get them to believe things that are just so absurd. So they don't think that there's really anything that can stop them from doing their executing their game plan now, their agenda now. That's why they have instituted their Golden Dawn to usher in their Golden Dawn, which is an age of enlightenment, which is the coming out for the Luciferian class to not have to operate in the shadows. And a lot of the people are going to just praise, you know. I did not notice any signage for this way station. I'm not even sure, like, well, I'm definitely not in another state, right? Because Montana is some kind of wide state. What? Big old hunker. I gotta go all the way up to here just to get the state lines on my map, and then even then you can't read it. It's too. It's so frustrating. Anyway, I was telling my Shah yesterday, I think that Google Maps should allow you to have multiple tabs so that you can look at, you know, the top-down view to a certain gas station that you want, a top-down view to your entire trip that you have remaining, top-down view to where you think that you might be stopping for the night, stuff like that. Heck, I remember back in the day, my parents would go into a AAA and get trip books, and they would have like these maps that unfold and you can look at, mark on. Just imagine something happens that forces you to change your timeline or alter your course at all, and your entire trip is going to be like thrown off, right? But I even remember at some point, because we were traveling, I don't know, man, a little bit foggy on my memory here, but I remember it as that we were traveling in two separate vehicles, and there was communication happening, and it would be like, hey, are you okay? Are you sleepy? I see that you're just drifting a little bit. I'm like, no, I'm okay, I'm fine, you know, like checking on each other like that. And then like, hey, you know, we're supposed to stop at this hotel, but I feel that we could press on to such and such a town. It's only this difference, you know, and that they could contact, or they would call, I don't know, book a room, you know, but you might like switch your reservation. It's wild. Excuse me. Okay, Laurel, Red Lodge, 1 mile. Look at that. It said 212 again. That's pretty interesting. Yellowstone National Park next right. There's a smell, and there's like a refinery over here, or some such thing. It's just really hitting the spot, that coffee. I'm kind of amazed. Like, I still have an unopened bottle of cream, and I still have several packs of the egg and ground beef seasoned that my Shah prepared for me. I mean, one thing was that I got stranded at Baraboo and ate a Cracker Barrel once a day for 2 days, which I had to wait for Camping World to open on Monday because I wasn't able to make the delivery on Friday because they told me they closed at 7, and then when I phoned to let them know I was 3 hours away, the manager was like, no one is able to accept it after 5. And it's like, oh, well, that's great, boss. You should make sure that you let your guy that answers the phone know that distinction, because he's telling transporters that you're open till 7 when they're calling to ask about delivering today. How would that be my fault? It's no, like, oh, I do apologize. I'll let him know. No, just, yeah, so sorry about that. Sorry about your luck, pal. But it's all part of the learning curve, right, fam? All part of the learning curve. And we are still 65 here. We're gonna probably try to pull in some more fuel soon. Go ahead and go through this 8th, get it down to the halfway mark, and then pull some in. I can see some mountains in the distance here that have snow on them. It's like an entire range. I do not know which one, but I was just kind of laughing. I was thinking, my Shaw's here, she'd probably be like, yeah, that's the blah, 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 wherever, you know, and she would just, and I'd be like, oh, okay. How do you know all that? It's just one of those things that comes very natural to her. It's a gift. She can name mountains when she looks at them. She can name crops when she looks at them. I'm pretty sure when I'm like, oh, I wonder what water, you know, what river that is, she probably be like, oh, that's blue. Wow, that's cool. So it's interesting that I feel the temperature going up, but it's still saying it's 58. So you can feel the change maybe before the thermometer. I don't know, because I'm definitely feeling that mouse. Excuse me. There's all these rail cars just parked. And they got coal all the way up above the rim. Every car filled with coal. Ain't moving, bro. Just sitting there, boss. Yeah, those are pretty. Again, I don't know. Are those plateaus? Are they buttes? I don't know. They are pretty. Rocky. The moon is not wanting to descend. Maybe it's because I'm also traversing in the same direction, because she's running west circuit, right? Yeah, she is. She's going around, and I'm going around somewhat too, because I'm going west, right? Yep, that's right. There's something too about the logbook that's interesting to me. But like, if you're the type of worker who you're allowed to drive for 11 hours, right? So you get out there on the road and you are driving your 11 hours in as close to 11 hours as possible, because you're not spending a lot of time doing extra things. I don't know what, you don't take extra breaks, you're not souvenir shopping at the gift shop, you're just working, right? So let's see, if you start at say 10 and then you're doing your 11 hours and you're as close to that 11 mark as you can, then it's going to be like, say, 9 p.m. when you have to stop, right? So 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's one less than the 12, which would be 10 to 10 type of thing. But even if you say that you have that's on duty, non-driving, that 1 hour, okay? So you went from 10 to 10. So now you go off duty at 10 p.m. and you got to go 10 hours of rest, right? So now it's 8 a.m. You see? And if you're quick to get back up and rolling as soon as you're eligible to, then, or maybe you're the kind of person who was going to wake up at 6 a.m. and then you're going to be like, well, I'm going to head out at 8. That's when I'm allowed to, or whatever. So you get coffee, a bite to eat, you do your things that you do, your routine, get ready. So now you're starting out at 8 instead of 10. You just went like 2 hours back. So if you continued to do that same pattern for 4 days, you'd be 8 hours earlier than you'd begun. So in a way, I was thinking about this, like my log is always on Indiana time. And so if I wanted to just have a consistent start time, 30-minute break time, and go off duty time, then I would have to take my time more. In other words, don't start as soon as I can, work as hard as I can, get my rest, and start as soon as I can. Like it's pushing me away from that. It's forcing me into, I don't want to say laziness, but to not work as hard or not in a way. It's cool because the system is not forcing you to overexert yourself, which is well, right? Hang on one second. This is going to need to come off. I can feel it. I've been having some issues. Maybe I need to take more time and rest my leg. Sorry. It's funny. So, yeah, it's forcing you to utilize more of your off-duty time in, like, maybe unwinding at the end of your driving day. Maybe I could wisely use it for some more logistical type planning, like, which I ended up doing this dawning anyway, because I was like going too fast, even just in getting ready, and I'm like, oh, I'm not even going to be able to start yet. So I was like, okay, let's take a look at the map and let's see, let's verify the fuel stop, and trying to ensure that I have the proper amount of fuel. So it was, in a way, it was forcing me to do that type of thing. Walk around inspection, plug in the 7-way. This is all part of on duty anyway, though. In a way, they would say that the maps and all that is too. But see, if I do all that stuff in on duty, then I have to wait to even start doing it, because I'm not allowed to start yet because my 10 hours aren't up. And then also, like, I'm not maximizing my driving. And in this current situation that I'm in, I need to be as much of my on-duty time, driving time, as possible. Because I only have so much on-duty time remaining in my week, and I have a certain amount of distance that I need to travel before my refresh. Not saying that I need to speed or like work longer or than I'm allowed. No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying I need to capitalize. Like, if I have 12 hours of on-duty time remaining and I have 10 hours until I get to my destination, then I need to make sure that I'm using most of my available 12 hours as driving. If I spend 3 hours doing work-related tasks that are not driving, I won't make it to the destination. So I have to do my safety check, and I have to do my 30-minute break. These are things that are like required and wise. I'm not saying that they're not wise. They are wise. But outside of that, I need to make sure that I'm using the time for driving. Sorry, hopefully it makes sense. If not, I don't know, look out the window and listen to music. Remember when you used to just put on your headphones and look out the window and your family would go on trips and stuff? Yeah, like that. That's gorgeous right there. Dang, that's so pretty. There's clouds hanging out on that green hill directly across from the valley where all these trucks are parked up on a ridge. Drops off into a valley covered in clouds right there. And then in the distance, you can still see the snow-capped mountains. The moon, she's hanging out there. Then there's a canyon with rocks and the water running through there. I mean, wow. What a view. So it looks like we're coming into a little bit more of a mountainy type pass. No, maybe not pass. Pass is not the right. They cut the interstate along the side of these hills here. I took another peek at the load board too and saw maybe like a dozen units going from a location in Virginia to South Carolina. Like, yeah, I'm not anywhere near any of that, but there was just a bunch. And there was like a high amount of loads to, I can't remember if it was like 29 or 32 or something, but the reloads were a little lower, like maybe 6. It's always changing. Like if I look at it right now, I'm sure it's going to be different than it was just last night. Although it's only 8:47 there now, so I think that they get an allotment that they add. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's like one person that's over that or if they divvy them out and the dispatchers add. I don't know. But it does seem like they're... Well, and also I've seen them add them periodically too, so it's not like they just dump them all when they first come in or something. that the call-in button will be available to me. And I have 116 mile half tank. Oh, the speed limit bumped up and I did not realize it. Easy, Abby, it's okay. Ain't in a hurry. So I may want to take a look at that here shortly. Apparently, they want you to do it every day, and if you don't do it by like noon or something, they'll start calling. I think this is also like a safety protocol, because if they don't hear from you, then they want to make sure that you're all right, kind of thing too. I'm honestly just thanks filled that they don't use ELD. I don't know exactly what it stands for. Electronic log dispatch, I don't know, electronic log something, but it's basically be like a computer tied to GPS and tied to the vehicle. So I think it's going to have access to odometer, speedometer, and then the GPS, and then the clock. So it's like coordinating all that data to track you, to make sure that you're not violating the log requirements or whatever other requirements they may have on you, right? I don't really, I can see how it can be used to normalize like hyper tracking, Big Brother type stuff. So it's sad that it's already so widely accepted. I mean, you're being surveilled and tracked in this way without your permission already through your devices. So, but this is like to the level where it's giving your employer that access to that level of control, and not just Big Brother. Not just like the federal government or whatever, or whoever runs it. What you saying? Medal of Honor Memorial Highway Donald Jack something. It's a name for the. So it says that's Beartooth Mountain Range. Is it talking about that entire thing? Is that the one, dude? Beartooth Mountain. See? Rewind the tape back to when I was like, yeah, my Yashaw's sitting right here. And I'm like, oh, look at those mountains. Yeah, that's the Beartooth Range. Oh, okay. I should have known that. I don't know that, but she does. She's so cute. There goes a triple trailer FedEx. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Oh, I wonder what that green color, what is that field? Maybe that's some kind of cabbage or something. Some interesting coloration on the ground there. So it's still saying it's 58, but now it's everything's cooled down. So I'm also trying to be mindful of like how the coffee affects me that way too. Like when you drink something hot, like it heats you up too, right? You feel that? I notice that sometimes I'll need the fan on me a little bit more when I'm drinking coffee, and then kind of stabilize it back down later. desk. Mountain Range RV Park. This just does not look fun to me to be a bunch of RVs in the road just paying some crazy amount of money, giving all kinds of documentation, everything, just have a place to. It's crazy. Can't like it. Then you have some folks like these folks right here, you know, just parked by a fence on someone's land and don't really have other RVs around, and it's like, yeah, that's, you know, like how where we are. Like, it's actually a great place. It's a great place. It's just that the people that call the shots for them, they have lost their mind, boy. Just Looney Tunes. So I need Yahuah to show me. Shall we stay or shall we go? He's shown me so much ways that they are a threat. They are a literal threat to your person and to your property. If you don't submit, if you do not obey the order, the mandate from the governor, you must obey. Where's your papers? Give me your papers. You know, what the heck, dude? We're all about tolerance. We're all about equality. Love for all. That's what comes out of one side of your mouth. And then the other side is, you do not have the mark. I cannot see the mark under the black light. You cannot pass. You must go to the guillotine. Off with his head. You know what I mean? Crazy, dude. Like, multi-personality disorder in the entity that's supposed to be appointed by us to maintain law and order and protect person and property. Right. I wish you could see straight ahead though. Dang, that's so pretty, all that water running through there. Dang. Woohoo! What do we got over here? Could be something pretty over here. Is that water? It's not right now, but it probably is at times. Look at that. That'd be a great place to dwell too. Especially in those seasons when there is water there. And you got some cover from the wind, because you're kind of, you're snugged in by the hill in every angle. Now see, this is the place that I think my food should be raised. Who disagrees? Is this not a great place for the cattle to roam? Look at this side, you can't see it. It's completely filled over here. That's 100 head, I'd say. I'm not an expert, but that's just my guesstimation. And then it's kind of incredible the money that some of these people have. This looks like probably a 3-story cabin-style house up on top of the hill. The massive balcony overlooking the valley. Probably overlooking all that they own. But if they're going to sit there and produce Qadash food for folks, they don't do anything unclean to it, then I say Baruk Atah Yahuah. I personally would not want to have a home like that. I would feel like, yeah, I don't know. Woo-wee! Purdy. They end up having to move that sprinkler system. They probably don't have to really move it much at all. There's stacks of lumber over here lined up by this railroad track, and I think they're going to be replacing those support beams that are under the rails. I don't know what they're called. Like they're getting ready to do some kind of a project there, so I wonder if that's going to disable the line for a time. I don't think it's that far off that the trains are going to end up basically not running. Or in some kind of like disabled fashion with restricted, limited supply, then it's going to be like, oh, the price of NASA's or the roof, Barbara. I can't believe how much we have to pay for maple syrup these days. And, forcing people out of the market because they can't afford it. Not that we're going to be given too much craps about maple syrup. It's probably going to be more like, flour, sugar, salt, beans, rice. You remember when you used to watch those old movies and they'd go into the old Western or something, and they would go into the supply store. Oh, that was a gorgeous hawk right there. Dang, that was so cool. It's kind of coming towards me, and then he turns abruptly, like he's like, oh crud, and I flashes his under, all the feathering underneath is like a reflection off the sun, which is right back there. White feathers, because it's like white and maybe black, or white and dark brown, and he just turns and is like a reflector. It just bing, and he swoops away. It's like, I see that, Abba. It is amazing. You are amazing. Baruk Atah Yahuah. But yeah, so they would go into town and they would go to whatever they would call that market supplier, and they would be like, give me 2 bags of flour, cornmeal, right? That's how they would buy their stuff. Not name brand product, plastic bottle, whatever. Think about all the stuff that's packaged in a way that's actually not well for us. And it's just like normal. And sadly, most of us wouldn't have an idea what to do if we couldn't get our hands on it. Ranch access, half mile, no services. Ranch access. So I think that the water that I was checking out earlier is on your side now, and you can see it right there. Ain't that pretty? Oh, I see what they're saying. So yeah, it's an off-ramp here to get to, there's a ranch on this side and a ranch on that side. But it's not really like through traffic or public access. It's so that these landowners can get to their properties. And I guess that one decided to lease out a part of his land to put a big 5G tower up on top of the hill there. Or maybe they just have a way most folks, especially like folks that have a retirement and a mortgage and an investment portfolio, whatever, they don't want to think about it, care about it, worry about it, nothing. Just pretend. Just pretend it doesn't bother you. You just want to explode. Head in the sand, ostrich type mentality. Sick. Because it isn't just about you. You know, it's also about your children and your children's children and their grandchildren, and on she goes. But the great news is that Yahusha will return and destroy the beast system, the breath of his mouth, and the false prophet, and the anti-Mashiach, and the dragon, that old serpent of old, and all into the lake of fire, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth, and the torment of their sufferings goes up forever and ever. Forever and ever. That's the second death. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Those who are in Amunah, loving Yahusha, fearing Elohim, guarding his commandments, shall not taste of the second death. Baruk Atah. There is more to you and me and all of us than this that we see, feel, smell. Now, this is a shadow of what is to come in the everlasting, where there's new bodies, new heavens, new earth, new temple, and new headships. The reign will be returned to Yashar'Al for all of creation, and the wicked kings and the principalities will be no more. So hang in there, endure, persevere unto the end. Do not shrink back in order to save your skin, or your reputation, or, you know, I just want this person to like me so I can have an opportunity to witness to them more because they're so close, that kind of thing. Our King does not esteem compromisers, cowards, liars, cheaters, manipulators, any of these kinds of things, or the proud. Did you not know that the scripture says that the meek shall inherit the earth? So what do you think when you see somebody operating in a spirit of pride? And no matter how much stuff that comes out of their mouth is like sound doctrine, you might think, oh, it's sound doctrine. Well, they might be honoring him with their lips, right? Here's a bunch of solar panels. It's a solar panel farm. Big Timber, Bozeman, Butte. Montana. 93 miles. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and fire up this tank. Then I'm going to turn on the timer so that I don't accidentally leave it on too long. Just pausing here for a second because I think I was down this little ridge. I mean, yeah, the highway and the train track is there, but if it wasn't, you just come right on down this slope into the river. You see all those birds swooping on the other side? And there's a bunch of trees over there. That is just so pretty. I would like to be near those rocks and that water, those trees. If all these other things weren't here, look at the access to food that you would have. Oh. There's another down deer. It's a lot of down deers that I've been seeing out here on these highways. Especially lately. I don't know if the frequency's increased or not. I would wonder about that. I feel like there's a lot of things that are going on with the earth that are being done to the earth that are causing creation to be off of its normal type of frequency balance. Just like, remember when we were seeing all those creatures like going around in circles all weird? You know? There's a lot of resiliency in creation, and despite all the things that man is doing. It's another perfect example of how even sometimes people who are wrong can be right about things. Those who are in arms about saving the trees and pollution and save the whales and this and that, they're right about all the poisoning and the toxicity and all that stuff. Yeah, there's more of the river with the rocks. And then, oh wow, so on the other side of this valley, there's some trees that are red? It's not autumn. I don't know. The same is what I see right across yonder. You're probably going to be able to see them too here in a second. Still right there. And now as we go more north, it's like rotating like this. But we're still tracking westerly, so it's interesting how she's appearing to keep her same altitude. I mean, obviously, like on a ball Earth, that wouldn't change nothing because it's based on the spin of the earth. So it's just another evidence as if we needed more. The fact that there's no curvature is huge enough. Then all the visual evidences of a local sun, then the scripture. And Yahushua Yahuah is when the scripture says that the sun and the moon are exactly the same size, that rings true and it's observable. Instead of being like, well, they're different sizes, but the distance is just so that they appear to be the same, but they're not. And you know how they put their little, high priests of Baal on live vision and tell you these things like all excited or like as an authority or whatever, and they start hitting you with it when you're real little, and then you can't ever like advance into the hierarchy of the power structure unless you repeat their doctrines. This is what you would expect the enemy to do, right? This is exactly what you would expect the enemy to do. Some rocks over here. I definitely don't think that you're able to see them, but maybe you are. So, right up here, dang, I want you to be able to see that. Although that's also, I mean, it's beauty on every side right now. Yeah, but so these folks got their dwellings like right up against the base of this rock formation right here, and it's really cool. What does that say? Gray Cliff Mill. They're walking cattle down that road. There's a bunch of hens right there. There's a horse ranch right there. They're doing saddling and riding. Oh, and then here's a rest area that's also like right up against this. There's trails going up that mountain. It's just pretty. I don't know. I don't like how we're getting ourselves boxed in here, Mr. Dodge. You're forcing me to have to speed up. I mean, otherwise, like, I'm gonna have to like watch you suffer in your own boxed-in state. You could have got out in front of me and sped up a long time ago. My speed was not varied at all. Okay. If you pass me now, we'll really be triggered, bro. Folks, just flat out don't pay attention at all. Gusty winds area. Well, that's well to know. Gray Cliff, 1 mile. We are on I-90 at Gray Cliff. So like there's this place right here, Prairie Dog Town State Park. Like you would think that there would be access to overnight camping free because we pay for it. But I'm expecting there's going to be some kind of a fee or a pass or a permit, and then there's going to be hours and all this. But they want to say how awesome they are to preserve nature for us, for our citizenry to have access to, blah, blah, blah. They ain't doing us a favor, man. Maybe sometimes people have to tell themselves these things so that they can sleep well at night. They just drive their BMW home to their big house up on the hill and turn on their Netflix and think they're doing the world a favor. I spy a bird flying high, flapping, looks fairly large. Might come into your view any moment. I don't know if you were able to see it or not, but yeah. I feel like could be. I know that fuel is pumping into the truck. It's just, I can't really figure out what's going on with the gauges. 77 miles to our exit, where our fuel will be. And please help me to understand what to do with this fuel in this tank. What's going on? 10 minutes and waited like an hour and it still doesn't. So it's gone up right now so far 1/8. And if I remember correctly, then it's usually like also a 16th after 10 minutes. Such that 20 minutes is more like a quarter. So if I throw that on for 10 more minutes, probably going to be at 3/4 mark, and I don't know if there's enough in there right now to top it off, but I'm most likely not going to stop prior to in order to check. So I'm trying to incorporate getting some more coffee, going to the bathroom, and topping off all my fuel at the same stop. So, the other question that I would have, if someone's knowledgeable about it, is how much harm does it do to pump it until it's dry? Because I wouldn't think that you'd want to run a pump dry. Right? But like, it's kind of just a question of like, well, how much can I empty out of it then? Like, am I always supposed to leave just a little bit in there or something? Oh man. Close to the mountains. Are those showing up on the camera yet? It looks like they're starting to, maybe. all along here from, say, like by 11 o'clock to 9 o'clock, all complete mountain range with snow cap. And then on this side from, geez, probably 2 o'clock to, I don't know, 3 o'clock, or maybe 1 to 3, whatever. The one that's on your side right now is not as long, but it's plenty large. Plenty large. It's not like it's some Mount Rainier or nothing. Mount Rainier, Mount Baker, Glacier Peak, the Olympic Range, some of those mountains, they're just majestic, man. They're just, it's one of the most beauty-filled places. And then just look what the wisdom of man has done to it, or is doing to it, because they ain't done. They ain't done yet. Here is big timber. Excuse me. Back in a southwest direction, which is kind of swinging the moon back towards the nose of the truck. Like, after going northwest for a while, you can see how going southwest is changing. We're chasing her because we're going west. I don't know that we can track with her like for very long. Well, that's definitely slowed her decline, perspective of the decline. Some red heifers out there. There's a bunch of cattle going all the way down. And all the way up this entire pasture. It's a massive pasture, bro. Oh, that's right. I did need to go in here to do the check-in thing. Let me see if I can get that right here. Check-in call. Click. Click. just a way of like letting you know that they got it. Got 24 things on the load board. There's a 1300, a 1600, a 1700. Those guys, those 16 and 17 are going from Goshen to South Carolina. So that's an interesting idea. Here's a couple, oh dang, what's that, 3,000? 3,800 bucks. Oh, look at that, Bedford, Oregon. I would be on that, bro. Dang, I want to get that sucker. And where is that? And what is that? Oh, it's a 30-foot travel trailer. And I'm not really seeing fifth wheels for some reason. Like, I don't understand that at all. Like, you would think that out of 24, there'd be, I don't know, let me just say some, because I don't know what proportion and whatever. 8, 6, 2? Nope, none. Woo! Hey, there's one going to Kaysville, Utah. That's 2,500. There's actually 3. There's one to Reno, Nevada, which is 34. And you know, these guys are paying like $1.70 pretty consistently here. That one's $1.95 to South Carolina, which I'm kind of surprised. I need to look on a map, but if you went from Goshen to South Carolina, which it's Conway, that seems pretty far. And if it's paying $1.95 a mile, how is it that it's only $17.45? Well, it's because it's only 895 miles. It just seems like more in my mind, I guess. But you know, that's something that I would definitely take if I also saw there's 8 reloads. And you got pickup in Tennessee, I think that's Iowa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. NE, Nebraska. OH. Wow. Wait, what? So, oh, I was thinking Oregon, but it's Ohio. Yeah, so there isn't really a combo that I feel like links up that well, so it does take a bit of timing, patience. Baruk Atah from Yahuah to link up loads and reloads, but it definitely happens, and I see guys post about it all the time on the Facebook, Metaverse, whatever it is. So now that I've gone in there and looked at the load boards, if I close the app, and it did, the gauge on here did do what I said. It went up to 8th and then a little bit more, so it did pretty much what I expected that it should do. If I go back into my DMA now after completely closing it and relaunching it, is it going to show me? Yep, the check-in call button is adios. And also, sometimes leaving the app and coming back in will also change what you see. See, I didn't realize that you had to close it and reopen it. Sturgis. Medford, Oregon. And that one is 2,279 miles. I mean, I'm just saying, I would be on that sucker. If I was in Indy and that was on there, I'd be like, let me get this one. Because I can go home from there. You know what I mean? Like, that's, I would consider anything to Oregon, Idaho, Washington as just an absolute victory. I do not expect to get Washington loads every single time. I know sometimes it's going to have to be Oregon or Idaho. Thanks for not boxing me in, pal. Literally, look at this. I'm barely not having to hit my brakes. But we'll take that too. I wonder how we're doing on the miles per gallon. This trailer is a dog. Not like those park models that I hear people talking about, the 2-story travel trailers that are just like glass in the front. It's like a big flat, slight angle. Come on, guys. Meaning manufacturers, right? These things are meant to be towed on the road, like driven. And if, you know, the transporters are getting 6 miles to the gallon and they're beating up their transmissions and all that, I don't know. But also like a destination trailer, you know, you can kind of see in that situation because it's like meant to just go to a spot and park it and like live in it. I can see a bunch of like driftwood and wood down on the bank of that river right there. There's a lot of rocks. Yeah. Ooh-wee. Look at this water. Dang, family, look how pretty that is. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So just imagine being right on the other side of that bank right there, up underneath that canopy of trees. Oh, and look, and then you'd have water on the other side of you too. Wow. Or there's another little bank of trees that's right up on the edge of the water right there. Oh, and there's an RV parked right underneath there. See, they got the idea right there. You see that? Look at that. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Alright, I'm going to get over here because I see a big boy in front and there's a gradient coming up a climb. So we're still holding that 9.3. If you get a view of this coming up, you're going to see the moon right above the top of this hill. And you're not going to be able to see her. You can barely see her because it's so bright. She's looking very like dim. That's just, it's always fun wedging yourself between a concrete barrier and a big rig at 70 plus miles an hour. Then you just throw in a little bit of construction, maybe a crosswind. You're talking pucker factor. Pucker. I'm just seeing beauty everywhere. saying I have 7.5 hours. I find that pretty incredible because, oh wow, I've already gone 3.5 hours. I did not realize. Oh yeah, some of it was before the camera was even on. That's why. Yeah, see, if this road wasn't here, these guys got corrals and like, say like a barn up against the base of this mountain. And then you would be able to come right down this little slope here and get water. That would be sweet. But can't nobody do that because this here road here. But you can see it here also, like, well, right up against the base of this hill, and then have access to the water right over there. Something that I've kind of imagined in different places and times. You know, to have the protection from the wind or what have you. I know it shifts directions, but and then also trees. So if your dwelling is in a patch of trees, shade and stuff, but that you have some access to running water. And I don't mean running water like a sink faucet and come out, like a creek or a river or what have you. The closer you are to the top of the mountain, the more pure the water is, right? Just gorgeous. Why is that? I'm sorry if I don't understand. I guess it's just slightly, the angle is off. And it's recording a part of the door jamb or something. I'm sorry about that. I did switch to the other cord because it's longer. Because when I opened that door to get anything out of the fridge there, it was pulling. But then when I shut the door, sometimes it can shift it around. So it might not be the best thing out there, but it's something. I just want to be able to give people an opportunity to turn something else on other than a lot of the crap that's out there. That's all. And if you don't like it, turn it off. I don't care. Not in a I don't care kind of way, but that's not my. I can't be concerned with entertaining and amusing people. I'm actually just trying to speak truth in every aspect that I can. Whatever you places upon my heart. And then trust and believe that whoever's meant to hear hears. That's it. That's all it is. If somebody wants to ask a specific question or something like that, they can easily get in touch with me. something that I usually do is I go into the studio and I filter out so that it shows me all the comments that I have not replied to. So, and like sometimes if I'm just responding like Aman Halal Yahuah, sometimes that's what I would say, but also it's because I want to reply something so you can know that it's acknowledged and received and an agreement, and that when I go back in and search for things that have no replies, then it's going to just show me those. It's not possible for me to go in and just review all comments on all videos, and then I'll end up seeing the same comments over and over, and it'll just suck up way too much of my time, which is obviously limited. Not even because of this new work, but even my old work. I got up at 3:30, drove an hour, put in a 40-hour work week, an hour back home, and then on Fridays I'd go straight from work to food delivery, then do food delivery all day on Saturday, like 12, 14 hours, and then on Sunday another like 10 hours, because I got to make sure that I get to bed in time to wake up at 3:30. So I would really just kind of have the Shabbat that's crazy, bro. That was just so dang crazy. And still not earning enough to really support my family. And that was the best paying job I've ever had in my life, as far as like how much they're paying me per hour. But there was no overtime, there was no opportunity to really advance, even though they kept promising me that there would. Somebody tells you the same lie about 4 times, maybe you're about done. I'm done with that, bro. Plus, some of you guys know what it feels like to be the only unaltered person. Despised and hated by all. I expect to be despised and hated. That's not enough to drive me away. But, it's also the things that I felt the Father was placing in front of me, and like that He's actually called me to this for a reason. And for all I know, He done that just so I could be properly prepared, equipped, and outfitted to relocate. Because now this truck is prepared properly to haul our huge trailer across the country, or I don't know. I think I know one possibility, but I'm not trying to, I don't want to force a situation by fixing my mind on something and just driving the whole thing. The Father will give you the promptings in the proper time. And I know He called us to the place that we are for a season, for a purpose, and I don't know that season's over yet. I don't know. I just have to be honest. I thought I knew what was gonna be happening in 2020, but then we got this really long, drawn out, weird reprieve, and we got this whole drama stage show thing going on in the U.S. politic. And remember 2020, it was on fire. Yeah, and that stuff hasn't gone away. It's just that different shows playing out on the world stage, different unclean actors. You know, you got all the stuff that was going on in Gaza, all the stuff that's going on in Hong Kong, all the stuff that's going on in, oh shoot, there's 5 million displaced peoples in an African country now. Is it Somalia? Dang it, I forget names sometimes, but I understand what's happening. It's all one giant orchestrated event, and sometimes they're advancing different sections at different times, in different ways. Other areas might be placed on a temporary hold while they regroup and restructure the actors for the next scene in that, you know, it's like an interlude. Go get a popcorn, use the potty, we'll be back with a whole new stage design. It's so true. Yeah, pa, look at these mountains we're getting into here. 35 miles. City Center, Yellowstone National Park. Excuse me. Exit 333. Gardener. Yellowstone River. We camped along Yellowstone River. I don't know how close to 90. Oh, I don't remember. But really pretty. Again, I'm not really into the whole like RV park community type atmosphere, but get yourself off alone and go lie down on a grass hill and look up at the clouds. Oh, with the family all around. Hear the water flowing next to you. You know, look at its sunlight glistening off the top of the water. You know, that kind of thing. It is, wondrous. And having a fire, you know, it's like I would have, if we could have just had our own little campfire and stuff like that, I would have done that a lot more. And I wasn't into the whole. Went to the community thing, and then there's people there talking about, I mean, people just boasting in all their money and their legacy and their vineyards and all this stuff. I really got nothing in common to discuss. You know, it's difficult. I just like, I'm gonna go back to Coke. Nobody take offense, but I'm out. Deuces. Wow, so right here there's a camper up against a wooden or a building and a bunch of trees lining it right there. Can you see it? That's cool. Some of the bumps in the road are pretty rough. And I'm at capacity, fluid capacity. My mom used to say, my teeth are swimming. I think of what she used to say. Or floating. You're like, what is she talking about? Oh, she has to go pee. But there's a place called Three Forks 50 miles from here. 3 forks in a river, 3 forks in a road, 3 forks on the dinner table. All that in a bag of chips? I don't know. little bit of walking around and all that's well. So I'm actually thinking maybe I'll do my 30-minute break now, because 8, 9, 10, 11. I won't have 8 hours of drive time remaining, so I wouldn't need to break again at all. I might even be close to. I wonder if I'm going to be 4 hours into my drive. Oh yeah, I'm going to be 4 hours. So that leaves like 7. Yep, that's what we gonna do. Do the 30-minute break. Oh, the refuel. Coffee, the restroom. I'm getting a little bit more used to the stop being in the commercial lanes and like feeling like I need to clear out of there or whatever. But the parking is just still, I don't know, bro. I'm not digging that. You know, and also like, because I don't want to park at the pump, then go in and, you know, I'm probably going to do that though, to be honest with you. I'm probably just going to go in, use the bathroom, get a refill on coffee, then come out and pump everything, and then pull out. And maybe that'll be more smooth. But I want to doctor my coffee with my own cream and monk fruit. So I might have to pull off to the side somewhere for that. I don't know. I'm definitely not going to stay at the at the pump to do that. Although maybe someone will say that that's not a problem. I don't know. Those guys seem to stay at the pump for quite a bit, so I don't know how that works. But a lot of the people are saying how, you know, they don't like us and we're in their way. I haven't experienced that myself, but I'm sure it's bound to come at some point, because just like anything else, there's going to be some folks that are totally cool, and there's going to be other folks that are just pricks. Plain simple. Last one I was at did have construction going on at some fuel pumps, and it was kind of like a thing to where I had nowhere to park in the commercial lanes. That was a really old car right there, if you saw it. It kind of freaked me out though, because we're all going, and all of a sudden he's going like 20 miles an hour slower than everybody else. Anyway, so I left the commercial area and I saw it said automobiles, RV. So I was like, oh, there's probably RV parking. And there was RV parking. And that was very well. Now, maybe that'll happen again. Look at that greenhouse high up on that hill. Let's see if you can see through that bridge right there. No. Okay, you're going to be able to see it maybe then right here. There it is, you see it? Heck, there might even be one higher up on it that I can't see. But so maybe after exiting the commercial area, I'll see some RV parking on the automobile side. I don't know. But it was pull-through style parking. Do the 18-wheelers have backup cameras on their units nowadays? Like we have on our big toy hauler? I'm gonna slow down because it's a big truck. Everybody's gonna have to get over. And 35? What the what? I'm gonna slow down because it's saying 35. Dang, bro, that is... That is a mega. We are slowing down. They're all pulling away from me. None of them are doing it. Guarantee you that. And everybody that's behind me is probably going to be frustrated with me. Which I'm not oblivious to. I don't completely uncare. But I'm trying to obey the designated speed limit, family. You know what I'm saying? Dang, they're leaving me dust up there, and I'm supposed to still be going slower. Then there's always a possibility that these guys put the wrong sign up, because look at them. They're just, folks are just out of their minds, man, whatever. So it's saying it's a 4% right there. Now they're slowing down because they caught up to somebody else who's obeying the law. They got all this blocked off, no parking, but there's no worker. And then now it's back over this way. Here's where they're doing the construction, so I don't know what they're doing. It's like maybe they're preparing to redo, I don't know. Freaking know, man. Big old track hose right there. Bunch of them. It's like they don't even like pick these up or put them in. It's very sloppy. Not just one or two here or there. It's most all. See, and this is a great example too, because the Google Maps doesn't know that all this is here. And so when it's telling you how long it's going to take, it's not changing from the 75 speed limit to the 45 or 35 or whatever. So how much is that affecting it in the end? What comes out in the wash? It's just so pretty. Ruach Ha'Qadash, there wasn't anybody dying to get past me and signal and come right in front of my nose to let me know how slow I am, you know? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how they be like. 21 miles. Or, sorry, 20 minutes. About 20 miles, 20 minutes. A mile a minute. On this mountain in front of me, just so pretty. Oh, you're going to get to see a bunch on your side coming up here too. A similar thing come up right here, but I don't know how much of that you're going to get to see. Maybe right here would be about your best view right there. All that. Heck yeah, that's pretty. I got to get around this big truck. Yeah, I see you, buddy. I see you, buddy. Pulls great. I mean, just great. And I know that, this trailer, like I'm not at really that close to 26,000. I know that. Remember, we went on the scale. We were at 15 and change, 15.5 or something like that. Pretty cool. Magpies flying right across, but I think it will still be quite all right because it's not really having to work that hard on hills and stuff. There's not really any issue with the torque, and I've heard a lot of great things about the trannies, so I don't know. I've also, like I've had, it was an engine on his, I think. Yep, engine. Yeah. Duramax. But the Allison transmission, I just hear a lot of great things about it. Bulletproof. So we shall see, and they'll palal and ask Yahuah to cover and protect, give the truck strength and endurance and reliability and all the things. That I may be able to use it to provide for my family in this insane beast system of the world. We're trying to be separate in all the ways that we can. But not be pulled out of it. It's like it says in the world, not of the world. Excuse me. I don't know, there's another gorgeous magpie flying across my view. There's also you see different prophets that remove themselves and go kind of like on a isolation, be alone with Yahuah, and that is Qadash, and that is scripture. But there's also other males or elders who have households and children that there's, unless you can take everyone, then that's totally different. It is something for a guy to go off and dwell on his own, live off the land, and be alone with Yahuah and all that. I get that. I think that's really awesome. It is next level, like some of what Baruk Atah Yahuah is wanting to try to do and plan to do, is to be able to take others, family, children, things like that. You need a lot more preparation. You need a lot more stuff to be in place. I would say it like that. And I think that's part of what he's being called to. And it's pretty incredible. So, Yahuah Barak. So, not sure why, but it looks like the speed is dropped right here. This is some kind of a community. I don't know what. It's starting to look kind of large, to be honest. There's a big old power plant right there. It's not really big old, but you can tell it's supporting a large community. What am I trying to say? It's big. It's not Chicago level big or nothing, but yeah, see, look at all this industrial park down here. Massive. Okay, I don't know, residential areas over here. Then we got an exit with all kinds of different, what are they called, amenities. Fast food, fake food, your daily dose of poison, plastic, what have you. There's another perfect example, like I said, how the beast wants to profit often in multiple ways at the same time. So you pay money to buy food that makes you sick so that you need to go back to them again with more money to get their solutions, which also cause more problems. So you might need to get multiple solutions for your new problems. Yeah. And the spirits are going to profit because a life is cut short. And it's also weakened and, trapped. able to think for itself, see the prison that it is in, and all those things. This is rich. I don't know, whatever. Space is fake, boy. Six and a half miles. Excuse me. And he was swaying. Another little solar panel farm situation. Yeah, I was gonna break out the solar panels at camp last night and help replenish the jackery, because heating up my elk meat it ate half of the battery's capacity, which I was like, wow, that's a lot. And I wanted to run the little fan, but I knew that there was a storm coming, so I wasn't breaking them out. And so thusly I didn't run the little fan thing. And I ended up running a couple times, which is not horrible, because, I mean, look, the truck is being driven and it is being worked, so it's not like the problem with the diesel, the modern diesel emissions, whatever, is that if you idle it and you're not really driving it and working it hard, it's going to get caked up in those filters. Those emission filters that they placed on these engines are choking the life force out of the engine. It's kind of not surprising. That's like the spirit of the age. Choke out the life force of the people, choke out the life force of the creation itself. Choke out the ability for, small business to thrive. Drive everyone into 15-minute cities and they'll own nothing and they'll love it, because you're going to give them all the things that they need and they don't need for nothing, and it's all great until you say, well, no stuff for you. You didn't do this thing that we said that you needed to do, or you didn't do that thing that we said. You didn't do exactly what we said, so now you don't even get your water rations or your bread or whatever. Maybe a little hyperbolic, but the point isn't altered at all. Comply or die. Well, shoot, take 2.8 miles. Am I going to be able to pass this truck? Only if I increase my speed. Just a few. I could actually just fall right in behind them, because I got room behind this Audi. I'll just do that. So, yeah, applaud that there's room, accessibility, that I don't have issues with app and all the things. I'm going to probably go in and pay at the counter and let them scan my barcode. Pay at the pump thing is cool, but if you're going to be also like utilizing the restroom and refilling your coffee cup and stuff like that, it makes sense to go ahead and just go into the counter and get prepaid. also do Palal that I can get the diesel and the DEF. I don't know how much DEF I have. Like, I probably don't need it. I hate to pump it when I only need like 1.2. But because I don't know, I've just been getting it. I want to get a couple boxes just to keep in my lockbox in case I run out, and then I might start, getting it only every other time or some such thing. So it's exit 298, which it's this one, and it's down that direction. See if I can get a glimpse of it ahead of time. Nope, can't see nothing. Side of the road I'm going to be on after I turn here. That's always fun. And of course it's this side, and now this guy's like, okay, I got it quick enough. He ain't trying to go around me. Different, but okay. I don't know. I'm actually pretty amazed at my oil. I'm really going to need to be able to do the oil myself. It's 55% remaining. That seems kind of unwell. Alright, so go through the light and then it's off to the right. Kind of not seeing it. Maybe it's a Conoco / Flying J combo or something. Oh, it's past the Conoco. Still don't see it, but I'm just gonna obey the signage. I'm gonna get myself up in here. Be back with y'all in a bit. Wow. Well, I have to move pumps, learning new stuff every day. So that was diesel number 1, which is more expensive. And so the dude's helping me out by teaching me and telling me, and he's like, you don't need that. I was like, okay, thank you. He's like, yeah, don't get dyed diesel either. Because if you get dyed diesel, it's the red diesel and it's only for government vehicles, and DOT will fine you and blah, blah, blah. You want diesel number 2. So now we're trying to swing back around. And freaking see, it doesn't even say it out here in any kind of obvious way which one is which. Oh, Abba, please help me. I need diesel number 2. Here. Oh, dang it. 12 is... I appreciate him helping me, but it's literally like the pump right next door. All right, back. I actually don't know how long the whole process took. I went to the bathroom, I refilled coffee, I went to prepay my pump. He said, that's diesel 1, you don't need that, it's more expensive, get diesel 2. Whatever you do, don't get that dyed diesel. It's red color and it's for federal vehicles, and if DOT finds you with it, they'll fine you. Do it. Okay, I'm like, didn't know this stuff, so Shalum Yahuah for that, like, understanding. So I pulled around and pulled back in, and it was diesel 2 at the same place I was, just the next pump over. So I don't know why he didn't just tell me, you don't want D11, you want D12. I didn't even have to move, but whatever. And then he didn't know how to ring me out, so he had to call over someone else. It's fine. It's just, I think it took a while. But one thing that I was able to learn about that was that I wasn't really, I wasn't in anybody's way. Not at that place. Some places stay so busy that you don't even feel like you got time to clean your windscreen, because, you know. I notice a lot of times the big truckers, after they pump their fuel, they pull forward and they pause right there. And I don't know if they're doing something with logs or what, but it's kind of consistently that they do it multiple ones, you know. So I'm sure there's some kind of reason for it. And I realized that I haven't been logging my fuel in my own personal narrow path log, so I need to remember whenever I get time at home, whatever, and look at all the receipts, and you know, they have dates and amounts, and I can go and put them in the proper places. I know that was saying something like $320, and obviously I know I did not pay that much, but I don't know how much I saved. I've saved 60 in different amounts, so I'm gonna take a look. Should be on there already. I mean, that was kind of quick. Oh yeah, 295.81. I have no idea what he charged me for my refill on my coffee, but that dang sure shouldn't be that much. So. But I've gotten fuel on the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th. 299, 150, 295. That's a lot, bro. Man, that's freaking crazy. $750 in 3 days. Freaking kidding me? Can't like it. I don't freaking know. Definitely not digging anything to do with that. my total estimated time now is 10 hours. So I don't know exactly how much I have available to me today, but based on the stuff we talked about before I got out, it was like maybe around 7. Oh, I just had to take a 30-minute break, so it could have been more like 6.5 or something. Oh no, I would still have my drive. Okay. Sorry, still trying to understand and learn this stuff. It's kind of crazy. But because I made a short trip between my 10-hour and my 24, you know, none of it counted for. I'm like, bro, that's just crazy. But I understand. I do understand why and stuff. But it's just like, yeah, don't ever make that mistake again. If you're going to dedicate all that time to resting, to refresh your clock, you need to make sure it's consecutive. And so it is. I wonder what this fenced-in area is right here. It screams government to me. And then there's some kind of a radio tower down there. I don't know. It might be like a municipal airport. Oh, hey, there's some kind of mining operation going on right there. Anyway, on the other side of the road, look at that. Look at those red cattle and then those rocks back there. Everything's going great with the trailer. Check the tires and the hookups, just looking at it all. Not actually like it's scripture. If we are in the age that I believe that we are in, I don't think that we've heard the last of Obama. I think that they're going to bring him back. Wow. They're going to resurrect him to power and headship, as the only person who's able to lead the world in stopping the rogue madman out of control. I don't know if that's true, but I've been thinking that for a while. I would that Abba would give me like a dream, a confirmation, but I think it's still kind of veiled. I hear messages. But yeah, imagine that the world cries out for Obama, the only leader that we've ever had that would be possible, that would be able to unite the entire world, to eradicate us from the, psychopathic, narcissistic, militant, right? Totally see that. Totally see that. And also Prince Charles hinted at this already at one point too, saying that there would be a man who would have access to all the finances of the world. This is like a world king that he's talking about. Some people may think that he's talking about himself, or that it's Prince William. Maybe. I need to check that message, but I need to wait until I get. I should be able to do it from right here. I'm not. Sometimes it stresses me out, and it's not that there is like some urgent demand or nothing behind the message. You don't know. I don't know what it's saying. I just know that like it goes off, and I feel like I need to check it immediately, or else it's like, why didn't you check it right away? It doesn't mean that that's what the person actually thinks, believes, or says. It's just me sharing my experience, how my feelings. And maybe some of you guys out there feel the same way, like you feel like you have to answer emails right away, or you have to check messages as soon as they arrive, or different things like that. But we don't, and we don't need to put that kind of demand on each other either. Obviously there is a time that you need to get a hold of someone urgently, and because that possibility is always there, I think it's one of the things that prompts it all. See, my baby, she just put a heart on my little greeting that I left her when I first got going, and then she also sent me some more love too. And I guarantee you, she would be like, "Oh no, you check it whenever you can. I understand." So it's all like self-imposed stuff that I do to myself, that I think it's part of like, because we're born and raised into a type of trauma-based mind control, we have post-traumatic stress disorder when we come out. Now some people come out and they're like, I chuck my phone, throw it in the garbage, I don't care, nobody need me, they get a hold of me directly, I don't deal with none of that, and they're just done. And that's cool. I think that's great. I mean, honestly, that's how I am with sugars and carbs and stuff. Like, I have no desire whatsoever. And also like Hollywood movies and stuff like that, nope, nada, zip. I actually just deleted an app on my phone that I used to play music that has no lyrics, but now I'm like, you know what, man, I really don't even want that. Plus it tries to start itself. Excuse me. Wow, there's an RV parked right there. I wonder if there are transporters parked right there. Some of these these places, I feel like we have a lot more places available to us. Oh, hang on, let's not do that yet. There's a truck coming down the ramp. He's going to end up being right in my way. I saw you just in the nick of time, Bubba. Airborne Ranger and medic. Some of those earlier videos that I did where Mike was cutting out, I was dropping some mega truth bombs. And about the military and stuff. I had no idea. Some houses out here. I mean, you look at this and I think to myself, why can't it be like this more? Now those are a little bit closer together than probably ultimately like to see, but imagine if that was they're related, or they were Yashar'Al, Mashpaka, and they were kind of sojourning together, working the land together and stuff like that. There's plenty of land out here. I can't stress it enough. Oh my gosh, it's land all over. Abaddon gave us so much room. And he says, go inhabit the ends of the earth, be fruitful and multiply, expand in the world and all in it. And then the folks are like, I'm moving to the city. I got a corporate job on the 29th floor, and we decided that we're only going to have one child, but we're going to wait until, and it's just an example. That's not the will of Yahuah to do that. It's not. We're supposed to be stewards of the earth and have dominion, dwell in it, give thanks to the bounty that comes from the earth, crops and herds, and this is the type of thing. Wheat. Defund the media. I'm on to that. You can't though, because the ones that make the money own the media, and they own you. Unless you're free, indeed. Rock you up. It's saying I have less than 10 hours. I'm on my way home to you, baby. Mwah. Switch on. I'm going to try to bring this sucker all the way down, and I'm going to inspect that one and verify that it's filled. Because if there's a leak in the structural integrity of the tank itself, then it's going to leak before I even turn the pump on. And I'm going to see that, and then I'm going to be able to rule that out one way or the other, right? Because I had theorized, oh, well, maybe there's a source of a leak that's like midway up the structure so that any of the fuel that's above there is able to seep out. Well, that's going to happen even if I don't turn the pump on. If there's a leak in a connection, it shouldn't. Well, it depends on if it's before or after the pump. I don't know. I'm going to end up having to get somebody to look at it for me that knows more about it, how to test it. Some big mystery to me, making me mental. Because it could represent like hundreds of dollars, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of scary. What if I'm losing $45 every time I top off that tank? Like, I'm just saying, what if? Can't like that, bro. Driving me crazy. You know, and you pay. Like, that was supposed to be the place that had the reputation. Someone said that they make their own tanks. They didn't make that dang tank. I'm not sure what it is that you thought was... I had issues with a lot of the work, the craftsmanship, the quality. There may not be anything wrong with the equipment, but even if you don't hook it up properly, then it's, you know, it doesn't matter how great the pump is and how great the tank is if the lines aren't done properly. And I don't know that that's the case. I'm just talking. There seems to be something amiss, and I just don't know what it is. I realized something that I said I needed more salt, and then I didn't even put salt in my coffee, and I was going to put salt under my tongue. I'm not doing my coconut pull. It'll take me a little bit more time to get my like little daily routine established, and the truth is that, you know, I jumped out and to spend the night, the day, and the night with my Aki. So, you know, that's a totally different scenario than, you know, living in the truck. And then I got another major driving, and I think like 4 hours of sleep in the truck, and then press on and get to the hotel and recoup, and then establish like a routine in the hotel for, I don't know, what was it, 11 days? So I'm not really that established yet in living in the truck, but I've done Thursday, Friday. Today's Saturday, huh? Dang, all my days are a blur. Yeah, today's Saturday. I'm going to make most of the way, and then I'll have a little bit more tomorrow. So, like, one of the first things that I need to do before I go to bed, or one of the last things I need to do before I go to bed, is pull out my coconut oil and pull out my salve, so that I haven't applied salve in 2 days now, and I haven't used the coconut since, I'm not even sure, maybe the hotel. But you know, it's well for the gums, and I think it also helps. I believe that it also helps with buildup, especially if you can get kind of like a natural film that's, because it's kind of like a oily. Let's just fall out here. I think that was properly tucked in there either. So, why am I not surprised, right? You know, not at all. Whatever. I thought that maybe worried that she's going to think that I don't love her if I don't, have the enough and proper greeting. But then she says, Shamka Dawning, I love you too, and then she's gone. And it's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think she has a problem with that. I think maybe it's come up before in the past, and so like it kind of lingers, like I was talking about, almost like a type of PTSD. But we are always learning and growing, and the Father, baraks the marriage and makes things all richer. It's really a beauty-filled thing that He brought us together and that we have each other despite all the trauma and the hurt and the disappointment and the pain that came from our lives before. And we're trying to heal together and get beyond those things together. And I just am so grateful, or so thanks filled to Abba for all that, for her, for the honor of being her husband, for Him teaching me and showing me more what these roles really look like, because the world does not have a clue. And I'm not trying to offend anybody by stating truths that the Father has shown me. The institution of marriage as He's ordained it is lost to the West and, well, to the world, really. And you'll hear him quoting Paul, a great mystery, Christ and His CIRCE. Not realizing that what he's actually talking about is profound. Excuse me. Look how pretty all that is, man. So are they like, I want to know if you can see the top of this mountain. We'll see if when I turn, if it comes into your view. And if it does, are they strip mining the top of the mountain? I kind of think they are. Please shift. Thank you. Just chill, okay? I guess it's because I have the towing turned on. Okay, you can start to see it, right? Like above the rear view mirror. Tan earth with the lines going across, and I think that is, I see roads weaving up there. So they're like blasting and mining what they're going to call rare earth minerals. I don't know. That's that whole reminding me of that Metallica song that says, I think it's a blackened is the end, winter will send, throwing all you see to obscurity, doth the mother earth never under earth, pollution's end, never end. No, that's, I don't know, there's one that says, oh, you know what it is? Lady Justice has been raped. That's how that, I thought it was a reference to, because they're, in a lot of ways, raping the earth and don't really have understanding to like what those things truly are and truly are for. Like I talked about earlier, the life force of the earth. Let me see. send me a little message. So let me take a listen. There's an example of a place right there that I'm pretty sure I could just pull off right there in that dirt and sleep. I don't see why not. Anyway, let me check out what my Yahusha is saying, is dawning, and maybe I'm going to get to have a long, relaxing conversation with her. Baruk Atah. All that part of the mountain that I was asking about a few moments ago is coming up again right here. So let me just try to hold off a little bit longer and see if we can get a better view of it. It's just literally right up here. This little bit of this hill is going to go down, and that should open it up. Yeah, I guess I have the camera hanging back compared to what it was before. Okay, now you can start this. You're starting to be able to see it, I think. Yeah, there you go. I mean, what logic or rationale would we have to justify that? Stripping and raping the earth to profit off it. Oof. Alright, family. Let me, it's a little rough right here with the turn. I just want to get stable. And then I'm going to pause it and be back with you soon. Abba willing. Baruk Yahuah. We just went through a mountainous pass, giant rocks all over, just really gorgeous. I guess this is like we're headed towards Butte. There's a split right here to go to I-15 north to Helena. It's a very large town right on all these slopes right here. And I guess that must be the Helena. There's like a giant white temple too. And remember earlier I was wanting to show you guys how it looked like they were strip mining the mountain or what have you. Well, that was nothing compared to this. And it's definitely confirmed. Came down out of the pass and saw it, and immediately my room was like, oh, like it's like a scar. It's like giving her a giant scar. And it looks depraved or despicable, detestable. It looks horrible too. Here's a multi-hauler next to me. He's got 2 Coleman campers and a car. A Virginia plate. But there you can probably see, and it looks like it's going to be obscured by some little town buildings and stuff, but it's in the background right there, and it's a lot. All the way across there. Comes the big boy that I passed on the way up the mountain. Now he's flying back down this way. Gyro wagon? I'm new here. What does a gyro have to do with a wagon? Like Pioneer? I don't get it. Pioneer gyro wagon? Oh, maybe it's because they sell it out of truck. Imagine if I could know that that was Qadash, like lamb and flatbread and cucumber sauce and whatnot. I'd be like, bro, I'm getting one of them. I am hungry. Ooh-wee. Asia buffet. So we are going 65 in a 65. Indeed. Okay, you can probably see more of the strip mining operation going on right there. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. And here's some federally funded signage that's totally dilapidated and in need of repair, which it may not ever receive. There's some old brick buildings over here in this town. That is Butte. It is confirmed. I don't know what the M stands for on the top of the mountain, but this is Montana Street, so I don't know. But underneath the M is a white temple with the giant obelisk phallic symbol for the whole world to see that we are here to F with your soul. You that we are the way, the truth that leads to life. I'm gonna get over because Mr. Motorcycle, you can see how he come right on up there, and he wasn't gonna try to look out for me. So I gotta watch out for him. That's how he's like. We're always gonna need to be watching out. Big mansion up on the hill right here. Somebody overlooking their area, perhaps. Yeah. 8 hours. Whoa. 8 hours and 58 minutes estimated drive time to Sultan. Free pass, follow in cab signals. Free pass? What the heck is that? All trucks and commercial vehicles over 26,000 pounds. That's not me. And so Baruk Yahuah for the clarity. I'm not sure if it's like this. I'm pretty sure the last time I saw that it was also Montana. I thought they would have it near the beginning when you first come into a new area, but it's also closed. I don't know, maybe it's a thing, maybe you know about it. Comment if you do. I'm seeing the way stations and rest areas and stuff, quite a few of them closed. Actually, there's a lot of room to park right there too. I'm just curious why you're going 15 under and you ain't hauling nothing. I don't know what you up to. Port of Montana Transportation Hub. This is probably another one of the options that I saw for fuel, but it was maybe a little bit too far out of range. I do see some pull-through parking. definitely be my preference, especially like if I'm gonna shower or whatever. Alright, 65 into 65. Just curious to see. I'm staying on this road, 90 west, so I don't know if I have to get over. Okay, it looks like I can stay right where I am. Got me a little bit concerned right there. Like, this is how it makes sense to me, right? You're already on a road. It's not telling me distance to stay on the road. It's telling me how long it's saying 437 miles. The other one back there, it would have told me the distance to that because there's an exit to I-15. I don't care. I mean, I do, but I don't. It's not part of my route. Like, it's not like you need to distract me with that to think something's going to happen in 2 miles when it's gonna just flip to 400 and as soon as I pass by that. That makes sense. Missoula's at 114 miles. Very interesting. Is Missoula also Montana? I do not know. Ramsey, 1 mile. Okay. Interesting. Now she done rocked all the way up to 80. So I'm just gonna get us up to like, 75, whatever, and take a look at this notification. And that's all trash. It's gonna take me a minute to get used to not being able to, organize my emails. I'm just used to utilizing the computer, and so I had the laptop up and running when I was in the hotel, but I'm really not using it on the road, although I can. Maybe as I settle into this role a little bit more, I won't feel so rushed. And, like, spend a little bit more time in the evenings. So, I don't know, family, but I'm pretty sure that my mattress popped. What the heck, bro? I don't know. Or at least it made it as far as it did, but if that's actually true, then should I be trying to find a Bass Pro Shop / Cabela's / Walmart and get myself a replacement? And I wasn't sure, like, because this one has a section that goes down and fills the part where your feet would be so that it's not constantly trying to tip down into a hole. But I don't know that I necessarily need that. I'm not sure. It's like, what else? All right, so I got 5.5 hours. when I do get to talk to my shop, I'm probably gonna see if we can find some kind of outdoorsman place, because I'm pretty sure, yeah. And you can usually crash, like you can usually sleep in their parking lots anyway. So even if I don't have to replace it, I can at least spend the night there. And I'll check it, turn the pump on, but yeah, there was like a, and now I look and everything's low, and I go back here and I touch it, and it's like there's nothing there. It's crazy. You passed me and you almost boxed me in, and now I don't understand what you're doing, Mr. Jeep, at all. Again, my speed is stable and you are unstable. Woo! There's some cute little places up on this side of the road here. Dang, that thing is like those are pretty large, 2-story, etc. Look at that one. There you go. You would think that this is okay. I used to get the blue cheese. It's like, yeah, it's okie dokie. Keep searching. Probably a year ago, we'd be door dashing, my family and I, doing it together and training up our bond. We'd get orders different places, shop orders, whether it was a Safeway, which I could call it Satan's Way, or I don't know, all kinds of stuff. Costco, Brett Myers, Target, and we'd be in there, and I would be explaining to him, there is not anything in this entire place that's Qadash for us. Nothing. And at that time that I was teaching him that, I meant that particular store. And that other stores were more alright. Well, I'm a lot less inclined to believe that there's any. This sign says Anaconda Opportunity. In case you were looking for a chance to anaconda, you can anaconda in this opportunity. There's like a, I don't know, man, giant smokestack or some such thing up on that bridge right there, and they're making it like it's a historical monument. Pinter Veterans Memorial Scenic Highway. Well, I think that Discover Anaconda. Anyway, they were advertising that, or showing signs for that as being like some kind of a historical monument in this area. It just looks like a big obelisk to me. I don't know. There's a similar kind of one in the town by us, Monroe. It also looked like either it was once a smokestack of some sort or is, but now, if you go inspect it, you won't see mattress. I knew that it was going to be like kind of a chance. I have heard a couple guys that said negative things about them, that they tried them and it was too cold or different issues. I really didn't think it was just going to burst. I mean, wow. And it has like a little removable pump that you can also plug in. So I don't know. I think it was $100 on Amazon. What this guy's got back of his golf cart. Those two white things are right next to it. Gonna need to reconsider, retool some things surrounding the sleeping situation. I don't know, like if I flip the seat up, right? Put my two black bins with the blue lids like this way, would that end up creating almost like a type of base, right? And then if I get something very lightweight, thin wood, plywood, cut to size that can make it like a base, and if I'm like, see, no, the oven would be too much trouble. I was gonna say I could I might end up having to switch away from that base and just get myself like a skillet and a burner, maybe even a little butane one. I don't know, because the oven is pretty large and it's sucking like half of the battery down, so that if I also make coffee, then I'm down to like 30, and so if I have to run a fan or something in order to stay cool, it's not sustainable, like it will not make it. I like they have that big old triple axle fifth wheel RV being pulled by a full-size tractor, like an 18-wheeler style or whatever, a semi. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not sure why this guy and I are playing passy cakes. I don't like it, mister. I don't understand. Like, I fell in behind you and then you slowed down and I go to pass you and you speed up. What's your problem? We ain't on a hill or nothing. It's pretty freaking weird. And he's with Horizon, which is a sister company. So I don't know if he's in the hotshot division or what, because he's hauling two campers and some kind of car that was calculations are correct. 4 quarters and $1, right? 10 grand. Well, what I was trying to say was put that piece of wood and then get some kind of a mattress. I'm not sure exactly. But so that's resting on the wood. Then if you open that door, you can lift up that side, access your bin, drop it back down, and you can do the same thing on the other side. But I do think that the seat being up there, even if it's folded up, is going to take up, like a substantial amount of the width of the cab. I was really like wanting the mattress thing to work. I don't understand why it popped. I have no idea. I wasn't even laying on it, bro. I mean, I guess it could be from the shotgun, but I doubt it. But I'll know whenever I take it out and flip it over and look at it if it's got a hole in it. It doesn't seem like there would be anything really that sharp. It doesn't have like a scope on it. There's the sights, but I can't see how. I don't know. Perhaps these are just the occurrences that are happening to try to wear us out and all that. Because if I had to venture to discern, I'd say you're going through similar stuff. And that pretty much all your siblings that you know also going through stuff like that. And we sit around and we watch and we say, why do the wicked prosper? Right? And they imagine a vain thing. They believe in a vain. Vain is like of no effect. It's like you put your trust in nothing. You believe everything came from nothing. Things like that. Like it's vain. And it's not new to us. It just could be that the season is such that it's like a rise on a rise. But with all that, my baby's okay. I'm trying to get back to them as quick as I can. Excuse me. Kind of hard to believe that I've already been driving for 6.5 hours. Kind of hard to believe. Old Montana prison and auto museum. End the suffering, stop trapping. Excuse me. There's a place called Deer Lodge, not too far from here. Yeah, my bag. Hey, my bag done folded right on down in there. Oh, and my leg, and it's getting spurred. Dang it, can't like it, family. I never leave my suspension sleeve deflected and place it back there. And this time I did. It'll be all right. And sure enough, boom! There the mattress burst, and now the box is squished up against there. And if I get a hole in that suspension sleeve, then my leg is going to be pretty much dead weight. It's going to be dead weight. That's going to be horrible, especially like, oh Plus, it just is on vacation, so I don't know. And watch, I get out and check my fuel, and it's like half a tank, and I'll be like, what in the ever? These people pulled over the side around here. Did not see them until after I got back over. Structural integrity of the tank is the primary thing. Obviously, you spend all that money to get that thing and get it installed, and you want it to just work. But look at the world we live in. Steakhouse. That sounds pretty swell. Yeah, I'm tempted, but I'm going to pass, both because of time and money. Although I didn't really want to try to break out the oven again. Sure if I'm going to look for a different solution to the oven question or what. I can't even think straight half the time. Excuse me, as far as like, you know, how to move forward with these dilemmas. I'm not sure. That kind of thing makes me wonder if just, you ever, sometimes you're like, am I even doing the right thing, Father? Or are you trying to let me know that this is not something I should be doing at all? You know what I mean? And there you go. Doubt. Second guessing. The enemy's like, yes, he's doubting. Right? Did you sleep okay? Bing bong, bing bong. Oh, so this one's Deer Field. Alright. Prison Farm and then Deer Field. And then I do not know. I can imagine that there would be opportunities for folks in construction to build some housings and things in this area. But maybe not. Right? Indian Creek RV Camp. To drive for 5 more hours today. I've already driven for 6. But if I don't answer right away, please know that it's because I cannot, because I am hauling right now. Still blowing me away, bro. There's like what? Hello. And they do have patches, like they make patches, so maybe it's possible, right? To try that. I'm really not sure. Like if you look at some of the rafts that are out there, why is this not that strong? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like they would make it out of that material and they would make things. Oh, that's right. That's because of secular consumption, planned obsolescence, and just continue to chase the materialistic demigod. Shopping and sales and Monet. Like we can't actually produce quality things that last so that people don't need to replace them and they can pass them on. Can't do that anymore. How are the ships of Tarshish going to make the kings of the earth rich? We don't need to buy their wares no more. But you just keep on believing that you're free and that you have, you know, the ability to acquire all these great things. Exhausting. Waiting for Mama. Is she ready to do the call? Excuse me. pausing the video, give a call to home. I'll be back with y'all shortly. I wanted you guys to be able to see this tank on the big rig. I've seen a couple now. Just pulling over here to use the restroom, and Abba willing blast the Shupar. I lost all my signal and all my connection. I've been on a phone call with my Yahusha, and it's like saying the worst possible timing for us to get disconnected, and bam, we get disconnected. So that's frustrating. I'm not even going to really be able to probably be seen by you unless this guy takes off. I'm going to pause this for right now, and Abba willing, after I use the restroom, we can get the shofar blast on camera. Alright guys, hey, I'm back. I'm not sure exactly where we left off. I think I was looking to blow the Shupar actually at that rest stop, which is not working out. So be still looking to do that. Just talking with my Yahusha. She found me a Walmart. It's only an hour and a half away from where I am right now. Probably where I'm gonna purchase a new bed. I'll have to inspect this one later. I guess I'm just going to push it down out of the way. I'm willing I can find one with the proper dimensions. I think it would be like a twin and maybe something heavier duty. We'll see. Done some more thinking on the tank. Wondering if it's possible that while you're filling that tank, it's going straight in, there's no spout or anything, and so when the diesel's hitting in there, it's frothing and foaming. I don't know, but it's a theory, right? And maybe that's driving the gauge up, and then after I go probably 10 minutes down the road, but I don't usually look in there after 10 minutes. I usually wait until I have to stop again, and I look, and it shows 3/4. Well, maybe that's just that. So it was showing 3/4 again, and I'm like, all right, let me try this. I'm going to fill it very delicately all the way up to the top. I'll start filling it, and then when it shuts off, I'll switch to the truck tank, and I'll start filling that, and then I'll go back up top, and I'll just creep it down. And yeah, it did go all the way pegged, and I looked inside and you can see it. So now when I stop up here, I'm going to visually look in there, and I'll be able to tell for sure if something's gone. I think that could have been what was happening. Was I was thinking I filled it all the way up, and when really it just was going to rest back down, all the bubbles and everything, and then it was going to be registering 3/4 on the gauge, because I don't know how perfect the gauge is, bro. You know what I mean? I think it's a float style. I think it's pretty accurate, but it only has like 1/4, 1/2, 3/4 fill. So I could have also just been looking at it at quick glance and saying, oh, it's around, when it could have really been like almost 7/8 or in between. So we'll see. It's a theory. If that's true, man, Baruk Atah, I just get myself worked up over nothing. Because it is working, and I don't visually see anything leaking. I'm just noticing strange things with the gauge, and that wasn't making sense to me. And this would explain the whole thing, and I would just feel, well, for one, I'd feel relieved, and for two, I'd feel pretty silly. There's a bunch of deer grazing right down in there. I don't know if you saw that. Look how gorgeous this is coming up here. Oh, and wow, look, we got some water right here. Oh, dang, and it's level. Water level is very high. And look at this. Look how pretty all that is. Woo, boy. Dang, that is something. I don't know what part of Montana necessarily I'm in like the grand scheme. Is this West Montana? I do not know. The place I'm going is in Idaho. The Walmart. It's an hour and a half, so it would make sense, I guess, that I'm in western Montana. Which, dang, did I end up going pretty much across the whole state today? I do not know. That right there in front of me, I don't think you can see, but God, that's gorgeous. Even the clouds today, Baruk Atah. So pretty. I don't know, may Yahuah give to me the proper mattress that fits in there properly, wedges, whatever, is actually durable. I should have known better than to buy a damn thing for $100, man. You can't get it. When you're made of money, you just buy some stuff on Amazon and it's caca. I don't know, maybe I'll try to send it back. I don't think I have the box or whatever. Excuse me. Yeah, man, that's pretty hard. We got this for quite a bit today. We got 5 hours on our video. Like I said, I got an hour and a half here to go. Kind of wondered if this little river right here is going to swap sides with the road. Sometimes they do that, goes back and forth. Because I don't think you guys can see it. It's on my side. It's just pretty. Thinking, like, I remember somebody saying when you're filling up your diesel, the nozzle shuts off, you count about 10 seconds or so, and then you run it again because it's not really filled. And then I was like thinking about it, okay, when you put it into a tank in your truck, it goes down like a shaft, like a spout, so then it's blasting, but then it's kind of running going in. But if you're blasting it right into a huge box with no, right, just like, have you ever taken you take a hose or something and you put your thumb on the end and you hit that guy like that and it's going, and you blast it into like a, I don't know, a bubble bath or some kind of like a pool that has some soapy water or something. think that they would tell you that, though. You'd think that they would tell you, hey, look, when you go to fill this thing up, you hit it till it quits, and then you wait. I don't know, a minute, 2 minutes, something. Because I think I did that where I and then I stopped for a second, and then I went again, and then stopped, and I go, okay, I'm done. And you look at the thing, and it goes full, and I'm like, okay, I'm full. Maybe it wasn't the whole time. That's great. And if that's the case, that's great, because then I didn't actually lose any money or waste any money or spill any money out, and I don't need to get repairs and this and that. So I was thinking too, when I stop, if I look in that tank and it's just plumb full, then I'm gonna feel very confident that it's not leaking or anything. And when this one gets pretty much down, then I think I'll start pumping it and watch and see. Let it do the entire thing, and then see, okay, well, how much is that? Because honestly, it seems like it should only be a third of it. And if it did that, I would be really well pleased. Really well pleased. This is just about as gorgeous as it can get. If there ends up being a rest area off along here, I'm gonna stop just for the Shabbat. Just look at this. Baruk Yahuah, Halal Yahuah. Look at what you do. You are an amazing Elohim. You're amazing. You alone are worthy. There's water right there flowing. It's just so pretty. Like that, we couldn't come out of that mountain. I guess that was kind of a pass, huh? Clark Fork. Yeah, beauty. Bridge there. Whoa! Hey! I'll just grab the tape measure so I can take some measurements. Run in there and see what they got going on, I guess. I've also been considering another method for cooking other than a toaster oven, like a propane hot plate with skillet or something like that. Mostly everything that I'm gonna be doing is gonna be you could just heat it up on a skillet with maybe a little wooden spatula, and I could probably just wipe it out. That reminds me of that stupid song they always play on TikTok. Cause I'm gonna be wipe it out, wipe out the pan. So it's got a little bit of grease, seasoned. That's it. Get any chunks, hit it with the wood spatula, knock those off, wipe it down, done. Keep it rolling, keep it going. You don't need to get no detergent and put all that on there. That stuff's actually harmful to us, family. Dang, bro. Yeah, look at this coming up over here. This is so pretty. You can almost see like some spots for, I guess, like they'd say rock slides. Slide on over. Big rig right here with his, roadside triangle out. Got his hood up. Stopping a little bit early because I need a place. I'm combining a place to park with a place to buy a new bed. My freaking bed burst, dude. Jacked up. Really do pull out that the issue with the tank is what I just said, like just frothing and whatever, because I don't want to try and I don't know, do some kind of review and communicate and warn people about this place that other people have been saying as well, and that's just. And, you know, in all fairness, too, like with the camera, like they didn't really want to do it. But when I called initially and spoke to the person and got an estimate on all the things I wanted, I had about it, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm sure, yeah, we could do that. We'll just, if it's your own parts, we'll just charge you for the labor. And so it's kind of like already established over the phone, but there you go again, right? And then you get there in person, and the more senior staff member is like, no, and and this and that, and they don't have time, blah blah. And so I was like, well, see if they'll just mount it and not worry about the direct connect to the fuse box, because I do agree that will take longer. And they check, and it ends up being a yeah. I really honestly didn't want to do it because there's airbags in here, and you're not supposed to run any kind of wire like in front of the airbags. It talks about having what would you call it, a skilled or certified installer, especially too for the fuse thing, because some of the fuses that are in there would work, but they're for system stuff that shouldn't get bridged or piggybacked on anything. So even though functionally it would work, or if you put your tester on it, it would work, it shouldn't be bridged or anything. Road work 3 miles, so we're going to get our deduction in our speed limit, but there's also supposed to be a rest area somewhere within the next 2 miles. No idea about the parking. The way the parking was at the last time, the reason why I didn't want to do it was because I was wedged between like a pair of semis, and I wouldn't be able to see anything. You'd hear it, but I want to be able to position the truck so that camera is able to see everything. So this is saying National Forest Campground, next right open, and also rest area next right. So let's take a look. We'll just see. I'm not gonna stay and dwell and do anything else. I'm just gonna be kind of quick about it. Quick smile. There goes that water again. Look at that. That's so birdie. Yeah, and maybe even if I can not have to get wedged up into the parking lot, but just stay on the fringe, we can do that. This one's looking a little bit more promising, to be honest with you. How about we do this? I'll turn this on. No, I'm not going to turn that on. All right, family, let's get it. Baruk Yahuah. Shalum Yahuah. Dang, near ate it right there. Just slipped on that slope and just about went down. Felt that in my hip for sure. I've twinged my back out. There's some bird over there singing with me. Or singing along with the shamka noise. Shamka. Oh, you know what? Let me check that. Let's just check that fuel right now. Oh. Wow, Baruk Yahuah, look at that, family. It's showing pegged. So it's not leaking. Tada Abba. Please forgive me for getting myself all worked up without doing all my due diligence and proper research and testing and everything else. I mean, I was kind of asking the question because I wanted to know first, but I started to get hit because of why? Because fear, anxiety, oh, that's a lot of money. Thinking that you lost a quarter of a tank every time you filled that thing up, that's a lot. What is 1/4 of 95? 2. I can't think. 20 would be 80. 25 would be 100. So probably like 23 gallons every single time. Like that's dang, bro, that's pretty, plus even if you say on average, let's say it was 23 and that it happened 4 times, that's 92, and the average $3, 92 times 3, what's that? That's 300 minus 8, 16, 24. 300 minus 24. Oh, I'm 376. I could be wrong, but that's my quick maths. Quick maths. $376. I'll be like, yeah, okay. I can't afford to just be leaking that out onto the street. Man, Baruk Yahuah, look at that. Aha! It's not leaking. Huh. The other day when I stopped between the front end loader and the tractor trailer and it stormed, well, I got out and blasted Shupar right where I was going to spend the night. And I just declared, Halal Yahuah, cast away every wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, all that. And Yahuah's covering me, family. Look at these. Look at even last night. They didn't say nothing. Nothing happened. No, nothing damaged. No, you know what I mean? Anyway, the video, for whatever reason, has the sound of me blowing the Shupar at the time that I'm circling around to park. And then when I get out and actually blast it on the video, there's no sound. The sound in the video is off like probably 2.5 minutes or something weird. And I'm like, really? What in the world? And just so you know, like, I'm not saving these videos, right? I'm recording this stuff and I'm uploading it to the channel and I'm letting Yahuah do with it as he wills. Whatever happens, I do not. Right? If I ever wanted to go back and try to save them off of the YouTube, I can. But I have filled hard drives with content and I need to get that information off my phone so that I can get whatever the next one. Like today, we're going to be probably up around 6 hours. Right? And as long as the microphone isn't messing up like it was in the beginning of this video again, I think, and I'm so sorry. I'm going to try to remember, to watch out for that. great big old fifth wheel. What you got? Sometimes they look bigger than they are, and I think it has to do too with the pin height, like in the truck height, lift it up or something. It's interesting. Or they could have some airbags on there and got them all blown up. 1, 2, 3, 4 geese, 5 geese going together, doing their thing. So I think it was the last time that I figured 20 minutes was a quarter of a tank. A quarter of a tank in here is only 15 gallons. That really should not put very much of a dent in that big old boy at 95. That's going from 95 to 80. That's not. Actually, 95 to 80 would be something around the idea of like 15% ish. So it's not completely insignificant. But it's not a quarter. I was over here having a quarter gone before I even turned it on. And it always did seem like it was lasting longer than the gauge said at the end, and that's probably because it was accurate. I don't know. I do wish I did know. It's like a little airport right there. Huh. This way. Look at that. Oh, that's so I'd say that one of the most difficult burdens I find as a man that you may have as a man, a Qadash man, there goes another steeple of the people that lie to the sheepfold, is to bear the burdens of the world and protection and provision and, be the sole breadwinner, so to say, for your house, right? And to come up against the trials of the enemy, tribulations, different types of problems that we have as males, and not let it bleed over at all into your communication with Yahusha. That is so hard. It's also so not what we're ever taught. That's not how couples normally do and all that. And I'm not saying that you keep it from them behind their back or nothing. No. It's that you're so stable and grounded, and you have that meek, which is that strength under control, and all that reassurance. But yet we ourselves sometimes are weakened. We ourselves sometimes need to be reassured and things like that. That's probably like the most comes to me. My shot comes to me, and she's upset. Maybe she's crying. This is going on, that's going on, different things. I'm going to listen, comfort, try to bring some sound advice from the scripture, and I'm just going to, I don't need to, I'm not trying to do that. That's just the way, like, that's how I would respond, you know what I'm saying? But it's when I start sharing my issues and my concerns, and I let them start become emotional or anything like that, or let my anxiety show through. And I have fallen short of that a few times, and Abba's showing me, right, ever since like making these big changes and everything, that it's like, oh dang, yikes, did I do that? Yeah, you did, you know. And so help us and strengthen us, husbands and fathers, that we can do that and do it well. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Whee! Just a little bumpy. Back over the water we go again. Oh, that's so awesome. Alright, I need to get my map back. Owns the screen. And we got an hour and 7 minutes. Too steep to even make it. And you can try to like go a little bit side to side, but that can also be pretty scary unless you got a lot of experience or whatever. There's this place in Arizona called Sunset Crater, and I went sorry guys, I was in the middle of saying something and then it just went storage capacity filled and it just shut down, and it's because I forgot to delete my trash bin from yesterday's video. That's the thing, this thing won't hold multiple days of, these are really long videos, so anyway, I did want this last bit right here to be captured because there's steep grade, lots of turns. It's like a special warning to trucks and stuff. Whoa, dude. I see some of it flashing right up here ahead of me. Trying to get over. And I feel like there's going to be a lot of really pretty scenery and stuff here. 45 miles the next 4 miles for big trucks, they're saying, because of like tippy top. Alright, man, I'm getting so excited. You know, I don't know if it'll be, it could be like this same time tomorrow that I'm home. Abba willing, of course. I'm just saying it's within like a day now, and yeah, it's been so long. You really do, you really do feel it. It's been a long time. And you know, like when you're away from home, even if you've got a hotel that you're staying in and stuff like that, when you do get back home, you still kind of like, yeah. I got so much tension right now in my shoulders and my neck. But I have so much grace in my heart, just protecting, covering, making a way through every trial that has come about. I don't know what's going to happen with the financial circuits and all that nonsense, you know what I mean? But who's really ever free from that in this life? You might think you are for a season, but you just watch. You don't give them their due, and they're coming for you. Yep, even you and you too. It don't matter. That's the contents of the fridge because of the grade and the turns and stuff. There's that waterway right down there with rocks, and it's really moving right through here. You know, you see a little bit of the white. It's not like some crazy white water rafting experience. I don't mean that. Just, you know, you can see that the water's really moving, and I think that water would be so fresh, bro. If it's coming down off of any type of you know, snow-capped mountain. So pretty up in here. You might not be able to see as much because you're up against the rock a lot of the time, but you probably can see up pretty high on some parts. And if you get a glimpse of the clouds, the sky is so blue right here, right now. Sapphire. And the clouds so poofy, fluffy. Okay, here's a spot where you probably will get quite a view. See that? Look at that. Hallelujah, look at that. Oh yeah, look at what we got right here. This opening up. Rule by me. Yahuah. Nice, so pretty. starting to make our way down. So maybe it is too, like that we're just coming down out of this mountain. Oh wow. Yeah, that little section right there to the left. Dang, dude. I mean, I might be tripping, but it looks like somebody could literally park their RV like right next to that water right there's a dirt road. I think you're accessing it right off of that road right there. Wow. Okay, let's see what the... I'm going to try and pick up our pace again a little bit. I think we're kind of clear of that extreme turns and stuff like that. I just wanted to kind of take it easy there. I didn't know what to expect. The Borgia in Qadashayam. Qadashayam. This is just gorgeous through here. Dang, Alan. Beauty filled. Beauty filled. Everything, everywhere, all the time. Oh, more message from my baby. From my baby. Alright. Be right back. Should say Abba will. Alright. Yeah, it's just so gorgeous. Let's see, 43 minutes. I feel like I'm actually getting really close to Idaho, and I'm actually supposed to put a trip permit in my dash whenever I do. Which is kind of a thing because, like, I gotta find it in this stack of papers. Here it is. Aww. There goes it. Antelope down to antelope. I've seen so much. I mean, I've traveled a bit in my life, and we used to do a bunch when I was little, and I don't remember seeing this amount. Look at how thick this cottonwood is right here. Dang old down, boy, I'll tell you what, that dang old cottonwood flowing all around. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thought we were kind of like down out of the mountainousy type environment, but we got more here. I mean, it's kind of like funny to be like, oh yeah, put it in your dash, because it's printed out on a spiral paper, and that just doesn't lie in a dash very well. Oh. But it's following the instruction. this? Oh, it says end road work. Well, okay. What road work? Dang, there goes that water running right along the road again. That is just the most prettiest little thing. It'd be cool to be able to spend the night right by it. It would be really cool to wash off in it too. I mean, I say that now, but I might jump in there and just be like, you know, shouting out for a reason. Just place that up there for now. I don't want it to reflect so that it makes it interfering with my view, but I will kind of place it like that. It's not perfect, but I'm probably early anyway. I don't technically think that I'm in. I don't know, just yet. Starting to get a few more ideas about how to get reorganized, but you know, it's gonna be a matter of getting the right mattress too. My shot and I did go to a Walmart in Monroe when we was looking to get a shotgun and realizing that they got all kinds of red tape. It's insane. But we also looked at some of those inflatable bed, mattress, whatever. And she's reminding me, I was like, well, I don't think I'm going to need it, but we'll make a note that they have it. Well, it's probably going to be a very similar thing here, in which case I believe it will be, well, it's difficult to trust. Like, even if it says Coleman, does that still mean what it maybe once meant? It's just kind of crazy. You know, like that saying goes, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen." Right? Difficult to find anything that you can trust anymore, that it's actually like quality. Excuse me. Yeah, how do I mean, obviously there'll be a sign that tells me I've crossed over into Idaho. Wow, you see that bridge over the water right here? I don't know if is that the train? Right lane closed. Let's go ahead and scooch over now. 36 miles. All's looking well. I wonder how I'm doing. I gotta be still okay. I can't even really check sometimes because it's just not, well, okie dokie. A lot of the construction areas too that they have marked off on these interstates get really tight, and they can be really bouncy. I mean, right now they're saying 45, so it's kind of like you don't feel like fast and bouncy, but that doesn't mean that this little ride's over. Maybe doing some doozies that put out these little orange things and leave them on your side of the line, so it's even making you narrower than before, so you have to kind of get up on the shoulder, but then there's concrete right there, and it's like, dude, what? And it might come upon you suddenly, like while you're going, to where you're almost like gritting your teeth and clenching your butt cheeks just to get the trailer to pass through there, you know. And then, oh yeah, let's go ahead and put a bump right on the, you know, at the same place that all that's happening, so it's just like really climactic. Let's see, all these little orange cones are on the right side of the hash marks right now. Let's see if it stays like that. Now they do this thing where they like force you over quickly. We're kind of going slow, so it's cool, and then it's kind of like S-curves you back. And now you got the concrete on that side, and the orange cones are right in the middle now. So maybe they're gonna tighten it up on us a little, squeeze us. Okay, I think right there. I mean, you know, people want to say I'm crazy or something like that. I do not care. I do not see any of this as a coincidence. I see this all as a pattern and increase, and by design and everything else. So if you don't, you may never. But also if you don't, you may soon very well. So may Yahuah reveal it and make it known. Funky smell. I'm not sure what they're doing right here. It could have something to do with the construction or front end loader and track load right there. I think this is over again, like some of that. No? Okay, so they're working on a rest area, maybe, perhaps, in this case. It's just a strange smell, dude. Don't know what that is. It's probably unclean, whatever it is. So, and then would it be okay for them to put a sign, a speed limit sign that says 55, but not, you know, a caution speed limit at 55? Because you already told me it was 45 back there. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of split the difference here. Feel a bunch of folks piling up behind me, so let me just err on the side of caution, whatever. I'm very thankful that the concrete barrier is not here any longer. But now as we, oh shoot, what did I do? I missed a turn or something? But you gots to be kidding me, bruh. Did I really miss a turn? What? Where? Off of this? All this? It's gonna make me go down here and turn around. I can't really see how that's real. See, now this is 45 again. Okay, the concrete barrier is back, and those things are in the center. This is when I wish I could call my shot just to verify, like, if the navigation is taking me to the proper place that she gave me. But I did double check. I don't know. Now it's maybe not, you guys. I'm confused. It's saying 29 miles to 48. Exit 48. And that the total of my trip is only 30 miles. So I don't think it wants me to turn around. Wonder why it was showing it on both sides like that. That was bizarre, dude. Maybe it rerouted me again to this. Okay, am I allowed to get over now? Looks like it. Let's see if I can let this Dodge Charger get by. No, he wants to fine. That's pretty down there, that water down right there. That's so pretty. So it's weird that it's not showing a speed limit or anything. I don't even know if where I'm going is the correct way. Stuff like this will happen and it'll be like, I'll get a notification, it'll say, you're almost in violation. Find a place to pull over or something like that. And I'm like, freaking insane beast system, bro. Yeah, so that's weird that it's not giving me a speed right here. Yeah, we're climbing right back on up now. Look out pass. Visitor info, next right. Okay, I gotta get over. Right here is hauling like steel pipe. And he is slowing down. Oh yeah, look at the clouds. Those are gorgeous. Steep grades, 5 miles, 6%. Check brakes. Probably a wise place to turn that little exhaust brake feature on just to help with any braking that is needed. And that's 55 right here. Idaho state law. Okay, so here we go, coming in Idaho. Idaho, Idaho. No, just kidding. Saw like a person there trying to take a look, but it's difficult to peer over the edge of the barrier. It's going to be 80 right at that 50 mark. Very short notice for pulling off there, but there's another one right here. Might have to hit that another time when I come through here. Dang, it looks like they're doing some more racing down there. I don't know what that was, but it didn't look well. See, Abby doing really great right here. I feel like this is something I used to do with Bessie too. I would take on, and I'm not thinking, but the cruise control is on 50, and the truck is automatically keeping me away. Obviously, and the grade wants to kind of 60s, 70s, 75, you're no longer allowed. mountain. But over there. Crazy. That's not what I don't know, man. That's probably what the smell is. Got a horse trailer on. Doug's got a horse in there. Oh, yeah. Got a crew cab. Got a dually. No worries. All's well. You go right there and I go right here. Just keep it moving. Alright. I'm going to jump back over and ask us both. He doesn't understand why we're even going so slow. He's in his 2500 and he's like, if I was pulling a trailer, I would be like, oh. Heck, bro, that could be a 15, huh? Not even bad. Alright. Willow Creek Road. We're just still creeping on down. Abigail's doing great. Baruk Atah Yahuah. There's an old Texaco. Look at that old school. That's cool. Alright, I'm going to bump this up a few. Should do a shift. Shift. I'm gonna try again. Okay, there we go. You don't need to downshift, just hang out right here. It's okay. Oh, there went my ears popping. Makes me wonder if I was being loud. Probably so. Yeah, they're harvesting something out of the earth right there. It's crazy. Who knows what they're doing, to be honest with you. Yahuah does. Alright. Here go my smoking brake. Brother. He's up and flying now. Oh, it's eats. Hey. Actually just horsey. Kind of tan one. Pretty. I mean, it's gotta be traumatic for them to ride in a trailer like that, guys. Think about it. Noisy and bumpy, and you know, they're designed and made to run, not rattle around in a metal box. Freaking weird. Miles. There's another pickup, really old pick up on that flatbed trailer going another way. Very interesting. Yeah, doing all right here. Can you see the water down there? I don't know if you can. Like, it's hard for me to tell what you can see by looking over there. But I'm not sure if it's kind of capturing that angle down below the roadway. Looks like it could have been. Yes, please. Go ahead and get on out the way. Thank you very much. Compressor district. Do not know what that means. And we're almost at the point where we call it a day. Baruk Atah Yahuah. I'll do a little bit of calculations on my miles for the day. Insert that into my log. Go off duty. Catch the 7-way, lock everything up, and go inside and try to find. Oh, I need to measure the back seat so I can discern which bed to get. Gotta check this one credit card too to see if it even has any room left on it. It's what we use for all the things related to outfitting for the business to make it a little bit simpler for tax purposes and all. See the pretty little flowers? Those kind of things will grow in the pasture and in your grass and everything if you don't put chemicals on it and cut it all the daytime. I think they're pretty. I don't know why you would want to not have those in your yard. I guess allergies or something, but you know what stirs up my allergies more than anything else? Cutting the dang grass. If you let it grow, then it'll basically, like, all that organic material that sprung up right there will end up returning into the soil, and it'll enrich the soil, which then makes for, you know, a great place to plant seed. You see the way these guys are shooting up off of that ramp right there? Left lane closed. So we're gonna come back over here, Mr. Freaking Wild Wild West. Jeez. Read a sign and learn how to drive. Oh, like for real, dude. Dang near fly up the ramp into me, and then the left lane ends, and then you want to try to pass me on the right when it's like the worst time. Sometimes when I see folks driving a certain way, it makes me like really curious to look and see what they're like. See, look at this guy. He's in a little Chevy, and he's blowing past everybody when it said that the left lane's gonna end. Look at him. Look at him. But he's got it all under control, right? Because he's just going to go right in front of me. If that gap wouldn't have been there, he would have got himself stuck, and he would have ended up cutting somebody off. It's crazy. Folks, it is crazy. Oh, yeah. See how the temperature's dropping in here. Of course, we got no sun down in this spot. We are nestled in between two, I don't know, peaks, I might call it. Wallace city limit. Now what you think's going to happen with the speedometer here? You're coming into a city limit. It seems like it might be a pretty quaint little place down in there. It's got a great location. Do not pass. We got a bunch of metal roof structures down in there. Really cool to see it in the wintertime, I think. Alright. River Street, 1/4 mile, historical site. See all those old brick buildings? It would be awesome to see them make use of them and just renovate them and stuff. They look like they're still in service. 13 miles. 65. Yeah, I don't think so. Not in the construction. Kissing up on a swine is a immunizations. Make sure your family is too. Put some of this swine DNA inside of you. Bridge baby icy. Not today, but yeah, probably so. Some other time, and it's going to be freezing. I'll be using them electric blankets that I brought. I got the electric blankets. I dang sure don't need them. Almost every time I try to go to bed down, it is hot. Very actually well, so Hallelujah, Baruk Atah Yahuah. And the truck stays really quiet when she's working. She's not noisy. She dang sure cold. 75. Oh boy, here we go. stuck them in there in that little log. Kellogg, 5 miles. Oh man, I got 10 minutes. I wonder if I should wait. We'll see if she sends a voice with it, because a lot of times she's like, I'm just sending you that so that you can look at it later. Invasive species. Huh? Right. Rams parked in that dealership right there. This is all work truck. actually a pretty large little town right here. I wonder what the population is like. Nestled in between these two mountains. It's just one side of the other. Pretty long too. Still going. Silverdale. Like the thing that you do with hot metal. And get that work trailer on over to the right lane, bro. It's going to be the second vehicle to pass over here, right? So, homeboy don't care. Wonder if he's going to do it. Thinking he's not paying attention or something. Oh, they tried to do it at the same time. See, that's how accidents happen, bro. And now he's all panicking. It's just a thing, man. So there they go. They're doing something right there, digging and stripping and whatever right there too. So what are they getting out? I don't know. Learn. I don't know. Oh, dang it, that was me, fam. Shoot and Tate. Okay, it's alright. I'm gonna be okay. I was too busy looking at what was going on with traffic. Missed my prompt for my turn. It's right there where I'm headed. So I'll just get off here and come on back. Right next to the airport. Sometimes I'm amazed at those tiny little prop planes that people fly in and how like light they are and not solid, and like people take them up and fly around. I'm like, wow, bro, that's intimidating to me. I'm all right, thanks. Might as well just go up there and jump out of it. Yeah, we're alright. Alright, guys. I think this ought to do it for this one. And I'm willing to be back tomorrow. Father willing, get back home and wait for the opportunity to deliver the trailer. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Mashpaka to you and yours in the Qadashayam of Yasharal. Yahusha is Yahuwah among.